I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hello, everybody listening in and watching on YouTube. This is WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, and the talk of the town. Congratulations to the White Sox. The Twins are shut out by the White Sox in a rain-shortened game. Yes. Congratulations, of course. The Twins have used 6 games against Chicago White Sox this season to get better, if not well, but they did lose this time to the White Sox. So congratulations to the White Sox. If you want to read more information, the report by TwinCities.com, Pioneer Press, you can, just recently updated by John Shipley of the Pioneer Press. Check it out. You do have to subscribe. It's $1 for 1 year, so it's not too bad if you want to check out that subscription. But nonetheless, still, congratulations to the White Sox. I know that there was that rain delay keeping the game from snapping their losing streak to Minnesota. And they did win. So congratulations. Thanks, everyone, of course, for tuning in. Got about 5 minutes into this segment here. Take it to the bottom of the hour news. Messages from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll have about 30 minutes left, roughly 25 or so. We'll take a middle of that segment kind of break there as well. But I do have the very special interview that I will be also having on as well too. So definitely stay tuned for that. That is with Emily Tyler of the Food for Greater Elgin. As a reminder, to get those tickets, you still have time. You still have time. Thanks everyone for tuning in today. Check out Pioneer Press, also Southside Showdown, as well as some other sources out there. Puckett's Pond is another one that you can check out, or MLB, Southside Sox, all of those different ones. Those game threads are available for you to check out on the history there. So you can always feel free to check that out. So yes, a 3-0 with Chicago White Sox winning at 3, Minnesota Twins at 0. Don't forget, it's the 2025 NFL Draft today. Very excited about that. Of course, going to be coming up here. That will be at 6 o'clock, going from roughly until 9 or 10 o'clock. Stay tuned for that. Going to look forward to that. We're going to be having some good interviewers, of course, there too, and also people will be interviewing as well, so stay tuned for that. You can check out more information also posted under the draft trackers. You can find that at NFL.com. So there is information on that. It does have the list there of all of the 32. The first one on the list at the top is Tennessee Titans. Then you've got the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants coming in at 3, number 4 at New England Patriots, and 5 is Jacksonville Jaguars. You go back further down, and of course, you've got the last 3 on the list. You've got the Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, and Philadelphia Eagles coming in at 32. That is a draft tracker that you can check out there. Feel free to view more information that is posted onto the NFL.com's draft tracker picks. You can find that under their subcategories on their website. And if you want to get more information on football and more, you can check out and sign up for their network, Red Zone, and NFL Plus. NFL Plus does allow for you to get more access and subscribe more to that too. So check it out. That's NFL.com. That is the draft tracker brought to you by Lexus, presented by Lexus, that is. So again, congratulations to the White Sox winners. And don't forget, of course, to tune in here to WRMN AM 1410 for our 2025 NFL Draft. I will be on here. This is your host, Matt McNeil. I will be on here until 5 o'clock. From 5 to 6, we do have a political talk show with Dennis Sonar Green, and then we will head on into our NFL Draft session. So stay tuned for that. You'll be able to tune in. We recommend highly that you tune in to WRMN through our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel is always going to have the bells and whistles for you to actually physically see what's going on here in studio, as well as the phenomenal interviews that we're going to be having as well too. So definitely stay tuned for that. And don't forget to go onto YouTube. We do have our YouTube channel, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Don't forget, you can hit that subscribe button and click that notification bell so that you know what's happening here in the Fox River Valley. I recently did upload some of the interviews, so you can check that out too. If you do go to our YouTube channel, you'll be able to find that on there. That is, again, WRMN Radio. If you view the channel, you'll be able to see that. Now, we're, of course, live, but if you do want to check out other things that we have posted, you can. The Food for Greater Elgin's Palate to Palate event reminder will be playing pretty soon. We also did upload some videos from Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. We're going to start doing that more often here, too, especially when she does have interviews. She's got Rylan French on. That was yesterday, and a couple days prior was her brother, Tom Connolly, was on with Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. So lots of good news and other good things, of course, that have happened and are going to continue to happen all here on WRMN AM 1410. Again, we thank everyone for tuning in. Don't forget, we also do have our text number at 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. If you do want to partake in that, of course, send over pictures our way. You can, of course, do that. It's very easy to do. We've got our phones, we've got our laptops, our computers nowadays, where it is very easy to do that. So don't forget, of course, that that's a way that you can also participate. So what we're going to do is take our time out here, bottom of the hour news and messages from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll head on into our special interview with Emily from Food for Greater Elgin. Stay tuned for that as you are listening to the Voice of the Valley and the Talk of the Town. We hope that you are enjoying your afternoon, getting closer to supper or dinner time, no matter what you might call it here. Hopefully you can get yourself some good food. Kick back and relax, right? Maybe order a pizza tonight. It's Thursday. Kick back. Put us on YouTube, on the big screen, in your living room, family room, man cave, den, wherever you might be, and enjoy the show. That's what we're here for. We're here for you. the Fox River Valley of the community. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan, brought to you by VaxAssist.com. A new initiative aimed at supporting autistic drivers, the Blue Envelope program is being launched at the 5th Annual Heroes Unite Autism Acceptance Celebration in Elgin. Created through collaboration between the Autism Hero Project and the Elgin Police Department, the program provides a blue envelope for key documents and personalized communication instructions to help facilitate safer, clearer interactions during traffic stops with autistic people. Naperville City Council has approved a new 3-year union contract for police and firefighters, adding $7.5 million to the city budget. The collective bargaining agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 42 covers 149 officers, bringing a 7% pay raise, retroactive to January 1st. Naperville police made another firearm-related arrest on Friday night in the Top Golf parking lot, marking the 9th such incident in the area this year. Kent Rogers, 41 of Kankakee, facing felony charges of aggravated unlawful use of a weapon and a misdemeanor for unlawful possession of cannabis. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
When you partner with CDW, your people get more out of technology. CDW AI architects deliver Microsoft services to automate tasks and boost productivity, helping sales reps connect with more customers. Remote teams collaborate seamlessly, and small businesses compete at scale. That's amazing. Make amazing happen. Microsoft and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/modernwork.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 75. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 49, gusty winds up to 20 miles per hour. Tomorrow, rain showers likely after 10 a.m., mostly cloudy with a high near 65. Currently, it is 77 and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah! With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, the voice of the Valley and the talk of the town. As we broadcast here from Studio 14, we, of course, are serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, everyone, for, of course, tuning in today and, as always, being a part of the conversation. Now, not too long ago, we had a fantastic interview with Emily Tyler, who is the Director of Development for the Food for Greater Elgin, discussing with us a little bit about a really awesome event called Palate to Palate. She is here once again to discuss further details, and a reminder that tickets are still available. So how are you doing today?
Good. Thanks for having me back today.
Of course, absolutely. It's a beautiful day outside.
It is gorgeous.
Yes.
Perfect outside.
Absolutely. So for those of you who don't know, Emily is the Director of Development at Food for Greater Elgin, located here in Elgin, and of course they're a food pantry, so they do offer, of course, those who maybe are in need of food, who maybe need to do some shopping and they might not be able to afford it as well, so you do assist in that.
Yeah, it's free. People come and shop like it's like at a grocery store, and they go through the aisles and choose their food that they and their kids will eat, and get to leave with hopefully a shopping cart full of food.
Absolutely. Yeah. So tell us a little bit just briefly about this event that Palate to Palate is going to be that you are going to be having, called Palate to Palate, for those who don't already know.
Sure. Palate to Palate is one of our two big fundraising events each year, and it is a food tasting event, kind of like a mini Taste of Chicago. And we invite local restaurants to offer bites of their food to those in attendance. So it is a fun night of great food. Also, a lot of there will be live music, a lot of great raffle prizes to win, a photo booth, and just good company. It's a great night.
Absolutely. Now, this is still available for tickets, so you can snap up. I said snack up, of course. We're talking about food here and not to lunch. Snap up your chance to experience the best local culinary talent. You have a wide range of different businesses and organizations that come together to make this happen.
Yeah, we cannot do it without the vendors. They are really the people who make this event even possible. The local restaurants who show up, they offer up their time, their food. They donate all of that to support the pantry. And we are so grateful for all of the vendors that are going to be at the event.
Absolutely. So you can still reserve your spot, get those tickets. You can find it available at their website. That is foodforgreaterelgin.org. You can find information posted on there too. It does tell, of course, the first course is buying those tickets. The entree is inviting your friends. Good food tastes better in the company of great friends. And of course, it's going for a great cause, and you're going to make a lot of great memories. Now, tell us some of the really great vendors that are going to be there.
Yeah, we are really grateful. Cafe Roma is one of our vendors who has been around and supporting the pantry for a very long time, and they're continuing to come back this year again. So Cafe Roma will be there. Danny's Pizza is always giving back to the community, so they will be there with their pizza. Duke's Blues and Barbecue. We're excited to have Stewart's Cheesecakes is going to be there. I just had some of their cheesecake at the Makers Market on Saturday. It was so good.
I've had it. I went last year. We were out at the event, and she was actually, the Stewart's Cheesecake was our first interview that we did last year at the downtown Elgin Market.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, their cheesecake is so good.
It really is. It really is. So we're thrilled to have them join us this year as a new vendor. Mama Lee's Poptastic Popcorn will be there serving up great popcorn. Pastries with a Purpose is a really cool organization. They make sweets to support nonprofits. So they will deliver things, like they take things to PADS, and PADS can serve that food to their guests. Now, because we can't take homemade food at the pantry to give to our guests, this is a way that they're getting involved with Food for Greater Elgin, is bringing their goodies to Palate to Palate. So we're really grateful for Dave for bringing over his sweet treats. Portillo's will be there with their chocolate cake.
Nice.
I'm highlighting all the sweets. La Cosecha will be there with their great tamales. Those are a favorite of our staff.
Very cool.
So,
I did notice on the Facebook page, it was posted yesterday, vendor spotlight before the big event.
Yeah. We've spotlighted all of our vendors at some point in the last couple months before the event, so that people could see who's going to be there and they could get some visibility.
Awesome. Very cool. So, folks, you're getting a wide range of different culinary options. And, of course, it's all made with the love and time and effort of the employees that work there, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Very cool. What's something that you're looking forward to food-wise out of all the different culinary options?
Oh, man.
You were mentioning the sweets first. So.
I did just have the cheesecake this weekend, so I'm looking forward to more of that. But I'm also... Las Gorditas are coming as well. I'm looking forward to those. They're very good. El Patio will be there with their food. Always great food from El Patio. I actually at the event don't get the chance to eat a whole lot of the food, but I will definitely be trying to stop by as many as I can. It's all going to be fantastic food, and again, we cannot do it without our vendors. So thank you. And then of course our sponsors we have a lot of really great sponsors. 45 sponsors, in fact, sponsored this event. So we are really grateful to those companies and individuals who have sponsored the event. That money goes to help make the event possible, and then also, of course, back to the pantry to feed more people.
Absolutely. That's fantastic. Now, what's great about this interview today, too, is we're doing it because you've extended the tickets sales, because it was originally, the last day was April 21st, but now it's expanded. So.
Yeah, we extended it through today. In fact, just because of... Dino asking me to come back today, I thought, we should extend ticket sales to make sure that people who hear this today, maybe for the first time, maybe you've been meaning to get your ticket and you just didn't get to it, you can do it today. But today is for real the last day.
Yeah. So, folks, go on out there, purchase those tickets. That is, again, available on their website. That is foodforgreaterelgin.com. Don't forget, it's going to be at the Center of Elgin Heritage Ballroom at 100 Symphony Way.
Yeah, that's an important piece, too, because we actually heard from somebody just the other day who said that they were going to be going to the Grand Victoria. And we were like, no, it's not there. We had to change venues this year because we outgrew Grand Victoria Casino's ballroom last year. It was packed. And it's looking like this new venue will be packed this year, which is a great problem to have. But yes, we have changed venues to the Center Heritage Ballroom.
There you go. Date and time coming up here Monday the 28th. It's going to be starting at 5:30 p.m. So, of course, add it to your calendars out there.
Yeah, 5:30 to 8:30. We'll have just some remarks and information about the pantry around 6, and drawing for raffle prizes later in the evening.
There you go. Now, what's the cost of the ticket for general attendees?
Sure. The cost is $75. That's a small price to pay, right? For a Monday night dinner out, and you get so much great food, and all of that goes back to the pantry.
Absolutely. So it is for a great cause. And that's why you should go to this event. Not only are you supporting local businesses, but also the great cause that is Palate to Palate as well for Food for Greater Elgin. Thank you so much for joining us today, Emily. Again, folks, you still have time to get those tickets. It's not too late. Go check it out. It's going to be a phenomenal event as well. Absolutely. Any last words?
I don't think so. We'll look forward to seeing as many people as would like to come on Monday. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, absolutely. Folks, get those taste buds going with this awesome event, Food for Greater Elgin's Palate to Palate, coming up in just a bit. That is Monday the 28th from 5:30 to 8:30. Definitely be there.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
All right, welcome back, folks, to WRMN AM 1410. I know I said out to lunch and then I rang the bell, right? Thanks, everyone, for tuning in today. Good to see everyone here in the comments. We've got Jeff's Train World here joining in. We've got Brendan. Hello, Brendan. How are you? Hopefully you're having a good day. He's saying afternoon to everyone. Also, he does say hello to Emily as well, too. Very nice. Good interview there. Yes, folks, it's not too late. It's not too late. No. If you are interested, you can get those tickets. You can get those tickets, absolutely. If you go to the website, that is Food for Greater Elgin, that is foodforgreaterelgin.org. If you go to their website, you can check it out. It's the first thing that comes up. That is Pallet to Pallet event. And you can go through and get those tickets for April 28th. It's going to be Monday, April 28th, and it's going to be from 5:30 until 8:30 p.m. So if you do want to check that out, you can. Food for Greater Elgin, of course, is such a great organization, because what they do is they help so many families out there that are in need of that are in need of food. And they say here, quote, a full cupboard is the first step out of poverty. So you can help them to fight food insecurity. If you want to give generously, you can. You can donate. Of course, a wonderful way that you can donate is to be a part of their program. You can volunteer as well, too. I actually did volunteer for them. It was back in 2015. I had such a great time. It was the 2015 give back that we did for our school, Westminster Christian School, in 2015. We even had shirts made, and we went out. It was a whole week that we did it, and oh my goodness, we just had such a wonderful time. And I got quite the exercise as well too while doing it, so it was a lot of fun. It really was definitely life changing for sure. So definitely check them out. That is foodforgreaterelgin.org/donate. There is, of course, power by affording guests that normal shopping experience. Food for Greater Elgin gives back a small amount of control to our food insecure shoppers. Our guests leave cheerful and, of course, cartful as well, too, as they've got their food. And then also that promise, instead of wondering where their next meal is coming from, the shoppers can focus on work, school, family, or getting well. What I think was really also memorable, too, is that back when I did volunteer for them, we were able to talk to people, able to help people out. If they ask, where's the bread aisle? Of course, we were able to direct them to that. Talking with them about their life experiences, and it was really touching, absolutely. So if you want to check out more information, feel free to do so. foodforgreaterelgin.org is their website to go to. Now we have about 10 minutes left in this segment. Then when we come back, it'll be Dennis Sonar Green with a political talk show. That'll be from 5 until 6. So stay tuned for that. And then we are going to be having the very awesome, exciting NFL draft. So don't forget about that as well. The 2025 NFL draft. We're going to be keeping that score there, folks. Stay tuned for that. Absolutely going to be a great time. In the meantime here, what I want to do is kind of, I guess you could say, somewhat build on to or continue on from where I left off on Out to Lunch, which was talking a little bit about places and things to go to and things to see for the next upcoming day. So I want to go there and talk a little bit about some of that for you. If you do love, of course, book clubs are a great way to connect with people. There's a book club that you can actually go to, and it is already it's already happening. 4:30 to 8:30 at Vern's Tavern. They've got a silent book club. Coffee and teas from local businesses will be available too. You can bring a book and get lost in the story while enjoying a cocktail or non-alcoholic beverage. So it does look like it is currently going on right now. It started about 20 minutes ago, but you can just show up. There's no registration necessary. So should be a good time Thursday night to get comfy and cozy in the speakeasy, right? Sounds pretty cool. Also coming up tonight, it's going to be in about an hour or so, Trivia Thursday at Village Pizza of Elgin. Fun and games, big prizes, and of course, that delicious pizza. It's at the Elgin location. Bring your friends and your brain power for an unforgettable night of trivia. So that will be tonight. Great food, definitely cold drinks on a warm day like today. Let's see some other things that are also coming up. We've got here... For tonight, Rookies Rock House at 7 o'clock is presenting the Flock Around and Find Out tour. I like that term. The Flock Around and Find Out tour, spring 2025. And it is also including there, too, the Anti-Queens and the Venomous Pinks. Prime time there at 7 o'clock. That is Rookies Rock House at 96 West Main Street in West Dundee. So tickets start at $15. You can even purchase them at the door, too. So if you want to check that out, Find Out Tour Spring 2025 at Rookies Rock House. I also do like their little presentation that they have. Their little, I don't want to say poster, logo, whatever you might call it. So that is coming up. Doors open at 6. Show starts at 7. $15 was before. Now it's at the door because it's coming up soon. $18. Good for, it says, $18 for all ages, it says. So check that out. Let's see what else we got here. King Trivia Thursdays is at Elgin Public House. So that is going to be going on tonight from 7 until 9:30. You can answer some fun survey questions if you'd like. That sounds like a pretty good time. Jackpot Music Game at DC Cobb's of East Dundee will be also tonight, 7:20 to 9:20. Now, why did they choose 7:20 to 9:20? I'm not sure. Is there a secret message there? Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Or they just wanted to do it just because. They're bringing the Music Bingo on your phone app to the Great Burger Bar in East Dundee. To join in on the fun, you can check it out. They're going to be playing some fun music, and during each of the 6 rounds, the first person to complete their list of songs will win a $5 coupon valid on a future visit. They will also solicit the crowd for music categories. As always, the $1,000 plus jackpot will also be available tonight, too. Please check the event organizer's social media pages for all those good updates. Side Street Studio Arts tonight at 7:30 p.m. is having their monthly mashup. You can join the Side Street Studio Arts 4th Thursday of the month, presenting the unrelated performances of their monthly mashup. The performances of this month will be announced coming soon, of course. If you do want to check out what they actually will be, it's one night, 3 shows tonight at 7:30. So there you go. That will be coming up there. Doors open at 7:30. First act starts at 8. $10 suggested donation. That's at 15 Ziegler Court, around the corner, right near Blue Box here in downtown Elgin. That will be coming up. Let's see here. Tomorrow we do also have some events here. National Christian College Athletic Association Men's Volleyball National Championship will be tomorrow. We had the interview on with them not too long ago here on the Community Hour. That video has been posted on our YouTube page if you do want to check it out. Very good. The inaugural NCCAA Men's Volleyball National Championship taking place at the Lindner Fitness Center at Judson University, April 25th and 26th. Round robin play Friday the 25th and Saturday morning the 26th. Championship game is Saturday night at that location, the Lindner Fitness Center. Tickets are available for purchase in advance or at the door. Come support Judson University's men's volleyball program as they compete. Check it out. Some other good things, if you do love all things culinary, of course, we did talk about the Palate to Palate event, which will be coming up on Monday. But if you want to get a little bit of an appetizer, or so to say, a full-on full-course meal, you can check out Flavors for Flights event by the Spartan Terrace Restaurant. That is at the Elgin Community College. Oh my goodness, the culinary team there, of course, is so phenomenal. Check them out. That's Friday the 25th. That's tomorrow from 6 until 9 p.m. 6 to 9 p.m. You can get your tickets if you'd like to. There's still a chance to do so, but make sure you do so sooner than later because it is going to start to pack up. The room is pretty large that they use, but only so big enough to where they can only fit so many people as well too. So tickets are $175 per person, may be purchased by calling the ECC Art Center's box office, 847-622-0300. You can also check out their events tickets that you can also find there too. It does look like, if I am taking a look, joining the feast, let's see if it does come up, if that is now null because it is coming up tomorrow. I'm not seeing actually anything when it comes to purchasing ability there, so it looks like they might have taken it down, which means that it's already all filled. So, but if you do want to check out the menu, you can. Jeff's Train World says, hi, Matt, and hello to you. He goes, what happened to Sonar? Sonar is, he's here. He's taking a little break, and he'll be on here coming up at 5 o'clock. We did have, of course, the Chicago White Sox game that did go a little bit further into the 4 o'clock hour. So that's why I decided to hop on here a little bit and then wanted to play that interview with Food for Greater Elgin with Emily. So I wanted to do that. But yes, he'll be on coming up into the next hour in just a little bit. Lots of other great fun things and adventures that you can go on coming up Friday and Saturday. Now, of course, stay tuned tomorrow because I will inform you more on that, as well as Dino on Dino's Night Out from 2 until 4 o'clock. He always has the inside scoop on many fun events that are happening, especially when it comes to those performances. Yes, the performances here. Definitely look forward to that. Stay tuned. And then, of course, we also do have other lineup of shows as well coming up tomorrow. So stay tuned for that on WRMN AM 1410. And if you do want to check out everything that I have just been reading to you, you can find it on exploreelginarea.com. If you are more towards the Aurora area, Batavia, Algonquin, Roselle, that area there is, of course, you can find that on Enjoy Aurora. But Explore Elgin area does also feature some events within that area too. Kind of combining the two websites together is pretty good to use when it does come to that. So definitely stay tuned. You hear the music playing, right? You know what this music is. This is the Apolitical Talk Show intro. So stay tuned. We'll be into the 5 o'clock hour. We've got Dennis Sonar Green taking the hot seat here. So stay tuned for that. You are listening to WRMN AM 1410. He'll be on from 5 until 6 o'clock, bringing you those good and very important conversations and news stories as well. Always keeping you informed on that. Be a part of the conversation. Think for it, of course. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a little bit. And then, of course, from starting at 6 o'clock, we're going to be into the 2025 NFL Draft Show. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back with more. And I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your day and a wonderful night. I will be back again tomorrow.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down. Not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, You won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. A political talk show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Starting next month, the Education Department will resume sending unpaid student loans to collections. News Nation's Hannah Brandt reports.
Advocates tell me they're worried about the impact this could have for the more than 5 million borrowers who are in default on their loans.
Borrowers are already struggling with rising costs in the economy, groceries, rent, childcare. This just couldn't come at a worse time.
Candace Lofton with the Student Borrower Protection Center says this could be devastating, especially when the Trump administration is rolling back income-driven plans that lowered monthly payments.
Borrowers want to pay their loans back, but they have a right to afford to do so. And in these challenging times, instead of helping borrowers do that, the Trump administration is choosing to penalize them.
Collection referrals have been on hold since 2020 because of the pandemic. The White House says less than 40% of borrowers are up to date on repaying their loans. There's a chance to own a piece of television history, including iconic TV props like Linda Carter's Wonder Woman costume. Julian's Auctions is holding a channel surfing auction with over 600 TV props and costumes from more than 70 years of television. Highlights include Ice-T's police badge from Law & Order, Special Victims Unit, and memorabilia from shows like MASH, Star Trek, and The Office. Many items are being sold to the public for the first time. The auction is set to happen May 7th and 8th. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from April 21st, 1925. Bankers ready to ban thieves by new method. Elgin bankers are greatly interested in precautionary measures which are being adopted throughout the country for the protection of banks against bandits. Fred G. Smythe, special representative of the Federal Laboratories of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is to give a demonstration of tear gas bombs for the use of banks next Tuesday afternoon after banking hours at the Elgin Loan and Homestead Association's new building in Spring Street. Sometime next month, R.G. Saunders, field organizer for the Illinois Bankers Association anti-robber campaign, will hold a meeting in Kane County for the purpose of explaining his methods of organizing the county. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of bank loot fell into the hands of Illinois thieves last year in 73 separate attacks on banks. In other news, pint per capita daily milk consumption here. Elgin drinks a pint of milk a day per capita, according to figures announced by city physician A.L. Mann. The total consumption of milk is estimated at 15,000 quarts per day. Evanston is the heaviest milk-drinking city in Illinois, health figures show, closely followed by Rockford and Waukegan. Milk consumption is increasing generally throughout the United States and is due to educational campaigns which stress the value of milk in the diet.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 75. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 49, gusty winds up to 20 miles per hour. Tomorrow, rain showers likely after 10 a.m., mostly cloudy with a high near 65. Currently, it is 77 and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio. Here on WRMN AM 1410.
Hello, my fellow Americans, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show here on WRMN. Thank you very much for being here. It is draft day. For those of you that like the sports balls, all the different shaped sizes, running, jumping, hitting, tackling, pushing. All those different things, that, of course, is what's coming up tonight. The draft, NFL draft, is going to be hosted by the entire sports team. Derek Geyer will be in the driver's seat. So stick around. Good to have you all here. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm the host of A Political Talk Show. Haven't been for the last 3 hours of A Political Talk Show. Yesterday, it was the Brain Trust took over for me. I was stuck in that traffic. I don't know why there was so much traffic on a beautiful day. But there was a little bit of that traffic that was there. I could not get into a studio. And I don't think you want me hosting the show in the car. Too many moving parts. Moving, at 10s, 20s of miles an hour. But thank you for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show, because we need you to be a part of the show, especially those of you that are listening to the podcast. Thanks again for listening this week. Have some good things up there. We are running down the end of the week. It is Thursday. We only got an hour with each other today. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through some blind spots in the headlines. And when we talk about blind spots, we talk about that biased blind spot. A lot of us live in echo chambers where we're all repeating the same things over and over again. We've all got the narrative down. We're singing the same song. But there may be a different story. There may be a different tune that we don't get because we're caught in our own bias echo chambers. So we're going to talk about the stories that are underreported by certain biases. We've got a story that's underreported from the left about aquaculture. I don't know if you know this or not, but I have a certificate in aquaculture. Got it in Florida. It's pretty fun. It's fish farming. Hey, Dutchman. Good to see you there, buddy. On the YouTube, by the way, is where he's watching. Go ahead and like and subscribe if you're over there as well. And stand by. We'll get this party started for the NFL draft coming up. We've also got a report of this new, I don't know, dark woke movement. And we'll go into a little bit of that. Megyn Kelly has a couple of quotes in here for it. But again, that's another one that is zero reported on the left. Hey, Brendan, good to see you there too, man. And then for those of you that are on the right that aren't getting any of the right side, we're going to go into a report from a good 22 different articles. Again, most of them center or left, about how the president has dropped or paused cases against 17 corporations. And why did he do it? Well, those corporations had funded his inauguration. Now, I mean, I can't say that was the reason, but 17 corporations that gave him money in the inauguration. You know, people gave him a couple $100,000 here, $1 million or so there. ABC, Amazon, just to kind of name them, at least starting alphabetically. So that's the blind spot on the other side. But of course, I can't just be all gloom and doom. Yesterday, you guys were having too much fun, and I want to join in too. So we're going to be a little bit more upbeat by giving you a offbeat story about gladiators and lions. So when we come back from a political talk show, we'll get into the blind spot, and we'll get upbeat with a little offbeat news here on WRMN.
From enjoying life's special moments, at U.S. Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With U.S. Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
U.S. Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With U.S. Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose U.S. Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. U.S. Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard. TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Talk of the Town, Voice of the Valley, WRMN is what you're listening to right now, or perhaps you're watching. Thanks for doing that too. You're listening to a political talk show, or watching a political talk show. Where can you do either of those? Well, WRMN1410.com. That's the place to go. Have you ever seen the Gladiator movies? And the floor kind of just opens up and the lions or like alligators or I don't know, maybe another group of gladiators comes out. And you're like, my goodness, how would you even do that or put that there? Now, there were a lot of underground hallways or under the Colosseum. But researchers have unearthed a skeleton with bite marks in Roman York, Britain, dating to around 1800 years ago. Analysis suggests a large cat attacked the individual, potentially linking the marks to Roman arena spectacles. The man, aged 26 to 35, showed healed trauma consistent with repeated fighting found among similar burials. Comparing the bite marks to animals using 3D scans, researchers concluded the lion was likely the culprit. This finding provides the physical evidence for human-animal combat in Roman Europe, reshaping our understanding. That's pretty cool. It isn't just a legend. It isn't just a mystery. It isn't just cinematic or literature. It's neat that we can use these 3D scans and AI and our compounded history together to discover new things and find out cool mysteries. If you want to learn more about it, read more about it, Reuters has a great one to go and read about it. Bite marks reveal gladiators' fatal encounter with lion in ancient Britain. That's the place to go for Reuters. Reuters.com. Reuters. Let's talk a little bit about this whole why America, the left, is going dark woke. Now, this is something that has only been written, it's 13 articles that have been written on it, and it's over there on the right-hand side. The closest one to the center on it would be the Colorado Springs Gazette. And more than likely, they just grabbed one of these other right-handed sides. Straits Times, Hot Air, Australian Financial, Daily Wire, Gateway Pundit, Tim Pool or Timcast. Some Democratic politicians are adopting a combative style to attract voters after losing a significant number, according to the New York Times. And we're seeing this in Representative Jasmine Crockett, who engaged in memorable exchange with Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene during committee meeting. The Democratic National Committee account on X gained 1 million followers and made 800 million impressions on social media this year, as noted by the party spokesperson. Strategists assert that this new approach reflects a reaction to right-wing hostility and a desire for unapologetic messaging. I don't know if you guys remember this, but the strategy used to be, especially for, or I guess championed by Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high, take the high road. And I think what's happening is there's a lot of the, I don't know, let's just say constituents in general, that are both tired of the divisive politics, but there's a subset of people that are tired of the divisive politics and not being divisive back. And I think that's where this whole, I mean, Megyn Kelly's kind of putting it together of kind of pushing a religion and the wokeism. But the populist is the populist, is what the culture, the American people. And so in this meme type of generation, this shock and awe, this grab the sound bite, and now the sound bite isn't a 30-second explanation of how economics works. It's 3 seconds of calling somebody a name. And so this whole strategist and how they are asserting that it is the reaction to the right-wing hostility, I could see that, but there's been hostility a lot from either side. It's why we're able to call the both side isms that are out there. So it's one of those things that the whole eye for an eye, the world is blind, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason that that is a cliche is because it is historically accurate, logically accurate. It's the chain of violence, right? The chain of anger. Boss gets mad at dad, dad gets mad at mom, mom gets mad at kid, kid kicks dog. That cycle that keeps coming down, dog bites man, I guess, to finish the cycle. And if we continue to say, well, they did it first, right? There's sometimes when if you break down what people say, it sounds childish. He did it first. He pushed me first. He called me a mean name first. And so I think we're going to maybe see a bit more of this childish behavior from everybody until it finally gets back down like most all childish arguments get to, into a nah, 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 where we all just make noises at each other until we're tired and take a nap. And it's great that we still have the freedom, I guess, to be mean. Those of you that decide not to be, those of you that decide to stay above it, it shows that that's that will, and it is not just a forced reaction. So again, if you want to go low when someone goes low, or you want to go high when somebody hits low, or you want to be biased, or you want to be centered, or you want to be you. But take the consequences of being you. Take the consequences of freedom. Can I go and spend my entire life savings on tacos? Sure can. I'm free to do that at any time. But I'm going to have to live with the consequences of those tacos. And I'm not just talking of the financial consequences of all those tacos. More things that are sitting here on the left-hand side that's not being reported. 14 articles are talking right now with 0% written on the left. By the way, that one as well was written on the left. If you'd like to go somewhere, I would probably say the most level-headed one that you're going to get is either going to be Fox News, maybe Town Hall. I haven't read a lot of Straits Times, but those are the two I'm most familiar with. I think the Timcast or Gateway Pundit will end up being a little too heavy. But again, if that's your flavor, that's your jersey, go ahead and read it. Aquaculture projects face years of permitting despite President Trump's efforts. And it's odd that there's nothing on the left that's writing about this because, I don't know, it just seems like that would be a win for them. You could read a few things out there. Northeast Iowa Publishing, KAKE News, InsideNoVA.com are all centered sides. Sun Newspapers is what we're going to pull across right now. This also comes from the, looks like the Center Square. Trying to find it. My goodness, they like to give you some pop-ups around here. Okay. Never mind on that Center Square. We'll go back to that Keene News. U.S. Marine Administrator Ann Phillips spoke about financial and operational challenges at the Powers Summit. Permitting a costly regulatory hurdle among many U.S. industries with money, time, opportunity, and business are all a loss to cumbersome grind of securing government approval. Consider the seafood industry, which President Donald Trump just threw a life jacket. Despite the United States controlling over 4 million square miles of prime fishing grounds, nearly 90% of seafood consumed domestically is imported, contributing to a trade deficit exceeding $20 billion. At the Power Summit, an expo hosted by the American Association of Port Authorities, U.S. Maritime Administrator Ann Phillips addressed the financial and operational challenges posed by inconsistent federal permitting processes for aquaculture facilities. So what aquaculture is there's a few different ones. There's intensive, and there is kind of a passive way to do it. You go out there and you drive past and you look like all the retention farms that are full of fish. And then you've got the other ones that are kind of like big fish tanks that go through. But she highlighted the varying enforcement practices by the National Marine and Fisheries Service. It's supposed to be the same everywhere. That's an ongoing discussion. We understand the unpredictability and are working with marine fisheries. There's a growing sense that we need to do more and make the process the same everywhere, Phillips said. You read that on the Business Journal. Lots more coming up here on Apolitical Talk Show. NFL Draft coming up at 6. They're going to be talking with Marcus Ogden, has a podcast with us here at the network, and played for the Ravens. We're hoping to get Coach Demps from Judson as well over, and a few other special guests and voices. Stick around, more Apolitical Talk Show until then.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. Naperville City Council has approved a new 3-year union contract for police and firefighters, adding $7.5 million to the city budget. The collective bargaining agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 42 covers 149 officers, bringing a 7% pay raise, retroactive to January 1st. Naperville police made another firearm-related arrest on Friday night in the Top Golf parking lot, marking the 9th such incident in the area this year. Kent Rogers, 41 of Kankakee, facing felony charges of aggravated unlawful use of a weapon and a misdemeanor for unlawful possession of cannabis. A new initiative aimed at supporting autistic drivers, the Blue Envelope program, is being launched at the 5th Annual Heroes Unite Autism Acceptance Celebration in Elgin. Created through collaboration between the Autism Hero Project and the Elgin Police Department, the program provides a blue envelope for key documents and personalized communication instructions to help facilitate safer, clearer interactions during traffic stops with autistic people. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 49. Windy with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Tomorrow, rain showers likely after 10 a.m. with a high near 65. Temperatures falling to around 56 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Currently, it is 72 and partly cloudy. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Welcome back to WRMN. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. You're listening to a political talk show. Maybe you're listening on the AM dial. 1410's the place to go in the Fox River Valley. Or perhaps you're watching on YouTube live now or in the future. Or possibly you're listening to the podcast. A Political Talk Show podcasts most of the episodes. Sometimes when it's us just yabbering around, taking calls, going through some headlines, don't necessarily need to podcast all of that, archive it for posterity and all of that. But when we go into a great discussion, when we've got great News Nation guests, or some of our own experts and brain trust, we want to make sure that that's archived, and that is on your favorite podcasting platform. You don't have a favorite podcasting platform? Well, get one. Everybody has. Maybe you already have one. Spotify, Google, Apple. If you would like to get your show, your idea, your message out to those same podcasting platforms that in an hour from now, Marcus Ogden has already done with us. He's sitting at the top, I believe, 1%, if not smaller than that. He's definitely high up there as far as the sports podcasts go. Great show, Get Authentic with Marcus Ogden. He's a motivational speaker. And so we'll pick his brain, or Derek will pick his brain, when they start talking about the NFL draft. We're hoping to get Coach Demps from Judson, over here. You want to talk about people that understand what it takes to move to the next level. Coach has got it. Hopefully we'll have him on Zoom. Lots of great things happening. Stick around tonight for that NFL draft. Here on A Political Talk Show, we're talking a little bit about the Powers Summit and Expo and about that aquaculture side of things. I got my certificate from Harbor Branch down in Florida. They now joined over, I think, to FSU. I think they're now part of that. I went through the community college side door. But aquaculture is honestly the next, I don't know, you can't necessarily call it a sustainable resource so much, but it's the next kind of future farming as far as animal proteins go. Many studies say many things, but when I was going to aquaculture school, they talked about how by 2050, if we want to sustain how much we eat as far as seafood, fish, mollusks, shrimpies, 2050 is the cutoff of when we will exhaust the oceans. And more than 50% of all of our intake will need to be aquaculture. Now, aquaculture also does a few other things as well. You can upgrade it with hydroponics and make the super mutant aquaponics. Essentially what happens is your fish become your fertilizer for your hydroponic system. You can get a harvest of lettuce every 28 to 30 some days, and you harvest your fish every 6 months. And so the National Marine Fisheries Service under the Endangered Species Act have led to unpredictability and have increased the cost for aquaculture operations. Because again, you have just the ponds, where essentially it's just a big hole. Your tilapia or any of your other freshwater fish that you're growing, you throw into those ponds and just throw feed at them. Scare away birds when they're trying to fish out of your stuff. Harvest them up when it's time. They're grown and ready to go. Change out the water. And that water that you recirculate back into the ecosystem is a problem. And due to some regulations, some states, even if you do not get rid of any wastewater, you still have to make sure you are away from any body of water. And some states will even want you to treat your water before you let it back in, even from fish. So there are a lot of regulations, and a lot of it is because the public doesn't understand fish farming. When we think about aquaculture, we think about the third world countries where we've all been to those places where you can feed the catfish and the fish are just on top of each other. And yes, there are some places like that. And it's disgusting. What they'll do is they will raise pigs or chicken on grates, and the pig, chicken, and animal waste will just fall down and feed those fish. You want to talk about efficient? Horse and swallow trickle down economics right there. But that's where we come in here in America, and we want to understand the regulations. The EPA, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, NMFS, National Marine Fisheries Service. A bunch of different agencies all coming around. But there's been a recent executive order issued by the Trump administration and ordered the Secretary of Commerce to, quote, expand exempted fishing permit programs to promote fishing opportunities nationwide, unquote. This broadening the scope and accessibility of the exempted fishing permits. The EFPs are specialized authorizations issued by NOAA Fisheries that allow individuals or organizations to conduct fishing activities that are otherwise restricted under current regulations. Trump had issued a similar order in 2020, but a court struck it down. Both fish farms and offshore energy exploration projects must navigate a complex regulatory landscape, often involving multiple overlapping permitting requirements. Each project typically undergoes individual assessment and approvals, including obtaining a national pollutant discharge elimination system permit under the Clean Water Act, as well as consultations to ensure compliance with Endangered Species Act and Marine Mammal Protection Act. All of these different things are finally being, I guess, not as strictly regulated. It's not to say things are not going to be regulated, haven't been regulated. But this is back to that trade imbalance. This right here is what we wanted. For those of you that say, I voted for this, this is what you voted for. Legally deregulating a trade imbalance that's over $20 billion. And this wasn't done with a chainsaw. This was done with working with multiple agencies to make sure that the right executive order came down. And now you understand why the left isn't reporting this. Because that's what we want. We want the sensationalism. We want the craziness. We want the dictator. But what you really want, really need, are your veggies, and you need to understand that not everything that the president does is bad. Ann Phillips, the U.S. Maritime Administrator, said they'll make the process the same everywhere. And this is the part about efficient regulations, uniformity. How we love our uniformity, folks. And so having that uniformity and then allowing the states to then turn around and say, well, this region or that region or this over here needs to be done this way. Having that federal side where the federal government, I don't know, actually talks to each other. One of those cases where the FBI busts the CIA in a drug bust. When we come back, we're going to hit the other side of things that are not reported on the right. We did the left. We did things that are in that echo chamber. So now we'll do what's not reported on the right. And the biggest one for you and me and everyone else is that President Trump dropped or paused cases against 17 corporations that funded his inauguration. $200+ million donated to his inauguration, by the way. And maybe it's finally paying off. More Apolitical Talk Show after this.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Does your car need a shine? At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they make it quick, easy, and spotless every time. And they're open 24/7 for your convenience. Right now, get a free car wash just for joining their text club. Text BRITT to 30400 and enjoy a free car wash. Visit Britain's Touchless Car Wash at 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin or at 555 Willow in West Dundee. Britain's, caring for your car while caring for our community. Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Welcome back to a political talk show on WRMN. We're counting down to the start of the draft. Coverage of the draft begins at 6. Special guest interview, Marcus Ogden, played for the Ravens, has a great podcast that we produce here in the studio. And that podcast is in the top 1% globally. We're trying to get the Somebody Knows Something from the Elgin Police Department to also be over there. But it is draft day. The sports guys, the sports boys, the sports team is getting ready to go. I hope you jump in with them. Stick around on YouTube. That's youtube.com/@WRMN radio is where you'll be able to watch and interact over there. Get your texts ready for your predictions for each one. Text it in right before it goes. Get those bragging rights that you picked who was going to be picked at that pick for the pick. Yeah, there. Sports ball. Call into the studio, 847-931-1410. Get your 2 cents in and out of the draft today. They're going to be going through a couple rounds. Stick around with them. It will be fun. I want to get to our lead story right here, or at least our ending story. Brazilian meat company and a mysterious family trust among the top donors to the Trump administration for that $239 million inauguration. For his 2021 inauguration, President Joe Biden only raised $61 compared to $44 million and $53 million from President Obama, and President Trump raised $107 in his first term. Companies and wealthy individuals have used inaugurations as opportunities to curry favor. So it's not just Trump. Please don't think that I'm poking fun. But this is how they curry favor with incoming presidents and administrations. Some of those who donated to the president's inaugural committee were appointed as ambassadors or to the cabinet. Companies that had businesses with federal agencies were hoping for regulatory decisions in their favor. They also made donations. That's what the Washington Post noted. Several firms have attempted to influence the administration on issues such as taxes, trade, and federal spending. Even to the point there was one guy who made cars, electric ones, from a fancy named scientist who had an office in the building. I can't remember the name of it. It'll come to me later. Tech and crypto companies spent tens of millions on the inauguration after they battled regulatory challenges during Trump's first stint in the White House, as well as during the Biden administration. The inaugural funds are usually used to pay for opening ceremonies, the inaugural parade, galas, and balls, fancy places. However, this year, the events were scaled back due to the freezing conditions. Remember those people that bought tickets, a couple $100 tickets to the inaugural side and weren't allowed to go? Flew all the way to D.C., hung out in their hotel room to watch it on TV like the rest of us. The committee can decide how to spend the funds that are left over after the events, such as using them for the presidential library, or events, they use some of the money for the White House Easter egg roll. More than a dozen donors who gave at least $1 million to President Trump's inauguration also donated to Biden's. So again, don't think we're just poking the one side. Investment banker Warren Steffens donated $4 million to Trump and has been nominated to be the U.S. ambassador to the UK. That's a cushy gig. I'd like to be that. We just argue over different TV versions of stuff. Similarly, real estate investor Melissa Argyros has been nominated to serve as an ambassador to Latvia. Cool place, been there a couple times. After donating $2 million. I like the basketballs that are showing up in chat right now. Yes. Just as I would hope the political leaning sported people would do. Dan Newland, a Florida attorney, donated $1 million before being nominated as the next ambassador to Colombia. So, what am I trying to get at? We've all seen it. It's just happening now. Just has to be my civic duty as a journalist to go, hey, they're doing it too. Stick around for some fantastic coverage of the NFL draft. I'm going to hand it over to the guys here at the top of the hour. Which guys? Well, those are the guys that broadcast every Saturday morning starting at 8 a.m. We've got On the Rise, followed by The Truth About Chicago Sports. Derek and Mike kick it off in the morning at 7, and then starting at 8, and then Marcus Mack kicks it off starting at 10. Kick off our sports side of it. Why don't they do it in the afternoon? Well, so that you can have the sports. They sacrifice their Saturday morning cartoons so that you guys can listen to some great Sox games in the afternoons. That's it. That's how it's done. That's the new tagline. I'm putting it up on a poster, on a T-shirt. Stick around. The top of the hour is going to happen soon. Draft full on from the NFL starts at 7, 8 Eastern for those of you out on that side. Great interview with Marcus Ogden coming up at the bottom of the next hour as well to talk about draft, talk about how do you get there, especially being motivated enough to reach that dream. He was there, he played, get some insight from both the River Media sports crew and also some NFL players before we get into what's happening on the NFL draft. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. You were just listening to A Political Talk Show. Stick around for some more great WRMN programming. The talk of the town, the voice of the valley, WRMN1410.com, so on, so forth. I'll see you around.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Starting next month, the Education Department will resume sending unpaid student loans to collections. News Nation's Hannah Brandt reports.
Advocates tell me they're worried about the impact this could have for the more than 5 million borrowers who are in default on their loans.
Borrowers are already struggling with rising costs in the economy, groceries, rent, childcare. This just couldn't come at a worse time.
Candace Lofton with the Student Borrower Protection Center says this could be devastating, especially when the Trump administration is rolling back income-driven plans that lowered monthly payments.
Borrowers want to pay their loans back, but they have a right to afford to do so. And in these challenging times, instead of helping borrowers do that, the Trump administration is choosing to penalize them.
Collection referrals have been on hold since 2020 because of the pandemic. The White House says less than 40% of borrowers are up to date on repaying their loans. There's a chance to own a piece of television history, including iconic TV props like Linda Carter's Wonder Woman costume. Julian's Auctions is holding a channel surfing auction with over 600 TV props and costumes from more than 70 years of television. Highlights include Ice-T's police badge from Law & Order, Special Victims Unit, and memorabilia from shows like MASH, Star Trek, and The Office. Many items are being sold to the public for the first time. The auction is set to happen May 7th and 8th. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Unusually low water levels on the Fox River near East and West Dundee and Carpentersville have exposed islands of silt, rock, sand, and even an abandoned car. The Illinois Department of Natural Resources attributes these drastic changes to heavy April rains in Wisconsin, which led to upstream dam releases. Author Don Quant set to dive into the fascinating world of glass cutting tonight at the Gail Borden Public Library in Elgin, beginning at 6:30 p.m. His presentation is called Glass Cutting on the Edge and will spotlight the late Edward J. Koch. Kane County is introducing a new tool aimed at streamlining the process for victims of domestic violence. Starting Monday, residents with current orders of protection can receive the HOPE card, a wallet-sized laminated card containing essential details about their order. HOPE cards can be obtained for free at two St. Charles locations, the Judicial Center on Route 38 and the Circuit Clerk's Office on Randall Road. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins! You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 49. Windy with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Tomorrow, rain showers likely after 10 a.m. with a high near 65. Temperatures falling to around 56 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Currently, it is 72 and partly cloudy. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
NFL 2025 Draft.
Yes, sir.
River Media Network Sports. I'm Derek Geyer alongside my co-hosts from On the Rise, Mike Napolitano. From The Truth About Chicago Sports, it is the one, the only Marcus Mack.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the Derek.
Thank you for that. At the bottom of the hour, we are going to have a former NFL player by the name of Marcus Ogden.
Not me.
No, not you.
Not me.
Two Marcuses in the same room?
Two in the same room, brother. We got a whole lot.
Two Marcuses don't make a right.
No, it doesn't. But guess what is right? We got a whole big breakdown of today's show. We've got detailed insight. We're going to have breakdown of every draft pick. We got Mikey P over here with the big board up. So everybody that's following us on YouTube can be seeing live as they are being drafted and posted.
Okay, before we get going, I would hate to ask this question on air, but I'm going to do it anyway. Why do you keep on calling him Mikey P?
Because it's Parm. Parmesan.
Oh, Parmesan. All right, I'll take it.
It would have been a better thing if you called him Mikey Caterpillar with that thing under his lip.
Hey,
you know what the bro stash is in. You know the bro stash.
We gotta see who these Bears draft. Maybe the mustache stays. Maybe it gets shaved right off.
Oh, mercy.
Oh. Well, the Blackhawks aren't in the playoffs, so you could go ahead and shave that right now. Anyway, but we're not talking about hockey. We're talking about the 2025 NFL Draft. And leading up to this draft, the Bears basically overhauled their coaching staff. So I'm going to run through it real quick. New coach, Ben Johnson. Defensive coordinator, Dennis Allen. We've got offensive coordinator, Declan Doyle. Special teams coordinator, still Richard Hightower. Assistant head coach and wide receivers coach, Antoine Randall L. Quarterbacks coach, J.T. Barrett. Running backs, Eric Bieniemy, which is really surprising because he was a head coach in the league and now he's coming over and he's being the running backs coach. But anyway, wide receivers, again, Antoine Randall L. Tight ends, Jim Dre.
Hometown boy.
Awesome.
Antoine Randall L.
Well, yes. Offensive line, Dan Rochar. And defensive line, Jeremy Garrett. And then, basically a whole bunch of other assistants and everything that came over. But, the Bears released DeMarcus Walker and Gerald Everett earlier in the year. No big surprise, there, right?
We saw that coming.
Right. And then the Bears bolstered their offensive line with Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson. They also signed Center
Drew Dahlman.
Drew Dahlman. Defensive tackle Grady Jarrett. Defensive end Dio Odingbo.
Say that 3 times fast.
Hell no. Wide receiver Olamide Zacchaeus. I think I'm saying that right.
Olamide Zacchaeus.
There we go,
thank you.
Zacchaeus.
Wide receiver Devin Duvernay. Tight end Durham Smythe. QB Case Keenum. Quarterback Nick McLeod. Wide receiver Miles Boykin. And quarterback Sean Wade.
Cornerback.
Yeah.
I thought I said cornerback.
Oh, I heard quarterback.
It sounded like quarter, but we knew it was corner.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to the people in the chat party, too, right now. We got Todd Bartis checking in. We got Brendan, our show favorite Brendan. He listens to us every Saturday morning. Shout out to you, brother Brendan.
Thanks for tuning in on a Thursday.
Elliot.
Yo, what up, Serrano? How you doing?
Elliot joining in.
So with all those additions, and obviously the Bears re-signed a whole slew of, other, players.
Not to mention the re-upping of Kyler Gordon, Mr. Spider-Man.
Yeah. So, which brings me to what you guys expect the Bears to do at number 10. So, we've got the upgrade in the offensive line. We've got, I wouldn't necessarily say an upgrade as far as like the defensive tackle goes.
Stability. How about that?
Okay.
Stability.
Maybe a little, play off of one another, with Sweat, hopefully getting to the quarterback a little bit more now that there's, a person on the other side of the ball or on
more
the other line.
More pass rush presence.
So there's that. Then there's, the question mark about running back.
Right now the Bears currently only have 2 running backs on the roster. Every NFL roster has 3 running backs. It's a far gone conclusion that the Bears will be drafting a running back. The question is, will it be 10 or will it be in the second round? I am pulling and I am praying for the second round. Now, my co-host, Brother Balake Cowell, who's begging for Ashton Genty, love him to death.
Do we get another co-host on your show?
Oh,
who's Balake?
Blake.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Wake up, Derek. It's past his bedtime.
I've never heard him referred to that before.
Hey,
Balake.
Okay.
Yes, but Brother Blake Cowell, he is crying for Ashton Genty and me, and who newly just added to the show, Brandon Combs. My brother Combs, me and him are in agreement. No. Please stick to the trenches.
What don't you want about Ashton Genty? You just don't think it fits the Bears?
It does.
Right now?
It fits the Bears perfectly. The price is too steep to pay. If there was some kind of a miracle way that this guy fell to the Bears in the second round, it's a match made in heaven. If he is first round talent, most of the time first round talent, aka Saquon Barkley, does not go to a team that has what the Bears already have established. He goes to a team, where he can really make that. I don't think that he can make enough impact to cover up the holes of the defensive and offensive line because Braxton Jones is not the left tackle of the future, in my opinion. The Bears may feel differently, and I've heard talks in the weeds that the Bears do feel confident about Braxton Jones. I don't.
Everything I've seen has been Ashton Genty, but then again, this is just could be clickbait from all these sources.
Vegas odds are out there.
A trade between the teams in and of itself, just trying to spark the conversation. What I saw was interesting was your other co-host, our good friend Brandon Combs. He had Abdul Carter going to the Bears, but of course they'd have to trade up for that as well. So what are your thoughts on that? You like it?
Before we get to that, what is your opinion on what the Bears should be doing as far as like the first round goes, Mike?
I think both of those gentlemen that we just talked about are, and I struggle to use this term because I do feel like it gets thrown out there a lot, but could be both of these gentlemen, Abdul Carter and Ashton Genty, could be generational talents, could be some of the best players that come out of this draft. Now, we know that this isn't the most of loaded drafts, right? There's really only 3 huge quarterbacks, and 2 of them have severely dropped in here. And when you don't have a large slew of quarterbacks, that doesn't mean that every other position is weak, but, the draft itself, there are some question marks, right? So I think that in this draft, if the Bears were to stay at 10 and take somebody I don't know, completely off the board. You were talking about Braxton. Either trade up for one of these two. I don't think the price is too steep with the direction that the Bears want to go. However, I could see later down the line, if hindsight is 20/20, that yes, maybe we look back and we go, oh, maybe they shouldn't have given up that much for it. But are you still going to get a great talent? Probably, which is why I'm kind of sitting back and going, I don't really mind what the Bears do as long as it fits one of the needs that this team has right now.
So you asked about if we were to make a shot at Abdul Carter, right?
All right.
Okay, I'll address that. But I want to say this really quickly about this Ashton Jeanty thing. If he is Walter Payton, that is awesome.
Draft him now.
No. But hear me out on this. If he's Walter Payton, that's awesome.
How do you not want
guess
that?
What? Guess what? Caleb Williams drops back to pass. Oh, Braxton Jones can't hold his own. Here comes that killer machine around the corner. Our quarterback is out for the season. Oh, how good is Jeanty then? I would rather have Caleb protected side to side with an offensive line, and then I truly feel like there is just as good of talent at the running back positions this year outside of Jeanty. I think Jeanty is 1A, but I believe that a couple running backs are just right below, whether it be 1B or just number 2. But the running back class, the cliff is not that steep. From Jeanty to Amari Hampton to Scatterboo to the 2 kids at Ohio State, I just don't feel it's that far of a drop.
That's fair. I mean, when you talk about whether you'd rather have, if you give him the same praise that some people are saying is a comparison to Walter Payton. I mean, I agree with Derek. I don't know how you pass up on something like that. However, the Bears did bolster this offensive line in the offseason. Do you think that
Do you like Braxton Jones?
It's
serviceable. Do you like Braxton Jones? I don't trust him protecting our future. We now have identified Caleb Williams to be the franchise quarterback. You're going to trust the franchise with the guy that was drafted in the 5th round and gets bull rushed by every power rush guy in the NFL.
See, theoretically, I'm hoping that he'll go ahead and learn from the guys that they brought in, because, I know it's a hope and a prayer, and I'm not saying to, by any means, draft a running back at number 10 or get Jeanty. What the hell is his name?
Ashton Jeanty.
Thank you. What you guys said.
Yep.
So you guys, I honestly think pass on the quarterback or pass on the running back. Jeez. But you need to either do one of two things. You need to bolster that offensive line even more. So make Braxton fight for that job. Okay, so he'd become, a backup or whatever. Don't care. Or you need that other stud 3 technique, because after last season and the last Super Bowl champions, AKA the Eagles, where the defense was running out 3 to 8 different defensive linemen that got after the quarterback and put the fear of God into him. I mean, there's that. And then there's also the offensive line play where, let's not forget that these guys that they brought in and traded for are going to be free agents soon. So therefore, it usually takes a year, maybe 2, to get acclimated at the offensive line position, so you know what schemes you're running, the blocking technique, and where your quarterback is going to be when, yes, I do kind of, Elliot, where they're going to be. This way, you did the Holy Mary, Mother of God, and all that stuff, with the cross, but Marcus, because you don't want this guy killed.
He's your franchise. He's your franchise.
He got sacked a league high. How many times? Like 65 to 70, somewhere in there.
And that brings me to my point. Hold
on. Let me finish this. Let me finish this thought. So he got sacked 65 to 70 times. Somewhere out there, he avoided another 50 plus hits
Yeah.
By scrambling around. Add that all up. That's in like the 110 to 130 range of times that he's getting touched. No bueno. I don't want the Swiss cheese. I don't want the turnstile.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
No, that's exactly where I was going. Is I 100% wholeheartedly agree with you. However, can it be worse than last year with Braxton Jones? I mean, I understand you don't want to run any risk at all, right? So, and you don't want to have your quarterback left out.
I'm going to end this for you guys so you guys can understand the Bears thinking. If they believed in Braxton Jones, then why did they draft Kareem Amagaji in the 3rd round last year? Think about that.
Right.
If they believed that much in Braxton Jones, they would not have reached on a guy in the 3rd round last year to see what he might just have. So now to answer your question about Abdul Carter, yes. If the Bears could trade for him and put him opposite Montez Sweat, now are they one player away from them turning them into a Super Bowl contender?
No.
I don't think so. But a game changer is a game changer, and you need those guys on your roster.
Absolutely. However, last year, you had Ryan Poles saying that this is the best offensive line that he had ever seen.
And that's coming from a former offensive lineman
with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Okay, so now take it. No, okay, so if the guy doesn't get hurt, Ryan, right, his shoulder, if he doesn't have the bum shoulder.
Well, if Ryan Poles get hurt, and I mean,
no,
Ben
Ryan
Johnson
Poles,
is obviously
the guy they got from Buffalo. That they traded for, and he ended up having a bum shoulder. I got to look up his name, but he didn't even play at all hardly the season. They thought he was going to be the center. He didn't make it. Then the guy that they had at right guard, Nate Davis, completely decided to go on vacation before the season started. Poles did try to address the line. He couldn't have predicted that Nate Davis was going to decide that I'm going to get paid and quit playing. He could, and now trading for a guy with an arthritic shoulder, that was on him. That one was on him. But Nate Davis pulled his down and said, ha ha ha, Chicago.
Ryan Bates, right? Is that
Ryan Bates. Ryan Bates.
Didn't he also draft a player that was hurt?
Yeah, Kareem Amagaji.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Do you think, though, and we had a comment in here from Todd Barter. He said there's a lot of talent at running back in this draft, and we just kind of addressed that. Do you think they go with the running back in the 1st round and then pick up an offensive lineman in the 2nd round? Because, like you were kind of saying, there isn't much of a cliff. I understand that. There might be some talent at offensive line in that 2nd round that is still higher than a Braxton Jones, that is still higher than an Amagaji. Like,
yes.
You can still get that talent in later rounds. It's just, a lot of this is just deciding what the board is going to look like.
Well, we know the first 2 rounds in the NFL draft are where you're definitely getting proven players. Now you can get lucky enough if the 3rd and 4th round could sometimes produce you some blue chip players, but most of your blue chip players come in that 1st and 2nd round. And the Bears got 3 chances this right now from today and tomorrow to get 3 blue chip players on their team. And so far their track record has shown they've been able to do that. Poles drafted Brisker. He drafted Kyler Gordon, 2nd round guys, blue chip players.
Yeah.
So
with the exception of maybe last year and getting, Caleb Williams. I mean,
Caleb Rome.
He hasn't really, Caleb and Rome. He hasn't really done a whole hell of a lot in the first round.
The late
picks. He's phenomenal with.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. I mean, I still, over the last couple of years.
The punter, I still question. The punter.
Stole my thunder. Thank you very much, Mr. Mack.
Was that Tory Taylor you're talking about?
Yeah, the punter.
The one that Caleb Williams texted and said, hey, you're not going to be punting a whole lot here. And then what happened?
I wish that were true last season, but I mean, I also kind of picked the Bears to go to the playoffs, and that wasn't really my fault, though.
How can capital W in wishful thinking?
Yeah, but how did you expect the whole coaching staff to go off a freaking cliff in the same bus?
We were hoping it wouldn't.
Well, when it was he who shall not be named,
we knew Eberflus was a joke. We just were playing that Caleb to pull him out of it.
No. Get Matt Eberflus' name right.
Eberflus.
Elliot also saying offensive and defensive line needs shoring up. He was also talking, I'm on an island like a Bears nickelback. I don't think
is a bad man.
I don't think I'm that far out on an island. I'm playing a little devil's advocate, but I also like to see where the Bears can go with this draft. I think they have This draft is their oyster, really. They can go in pretty much any direction here. We've heard all the clickbait, like I was saying earlier, of the Ashton Genties or the Abdul Carters, or do they get an offensive lineman?
Well, let me ask you this: is there a bad pick that they could make?
That's what.
Yes.
That's
It's the Bears. No.
Of course, there's a. Yeah, but they will find some way to screw it up. But I see what you're saying.
I'm saying who? Like who could they reach on? Whether they got Will Johnson from Michigan, whether they got the wide receiver from Arizona, whether they got Tyler Warren.
No.
I find it really hard.
No wide receivers.
No wide receivers.
Yeah,
no
running
wide
backs.
receivers.
No wide receivers for sure. No quarterback. You have Caleb. I think that's a slam dunk. Although, like Derek is saying, it is the Bears. They could find some way to screw this up.
In the Bears draft the kicker with the 10th pick in the first round.
Watch them take Shadur Sanders, who is dropping significantly to play quarterback, but he's behind. That'd be an Atlanta Falcons move where you draft Michael Penix after you already picked up.
The Bears would draft him to play running back.
Okay, listen. For those of you listening and watching on our youtube.com / WRMN radio, you're about to see me jump out of this chair and blindside Mike. Because
why is it gotta be me?
Hell no.
I'm devil's
because
advocate.
You're talking so much stupid shit.
No, I'm playing devil's
right
advocate
now that I can't even put a freaking sentence together right now.
Go ahead. This is your code. This is the love. This is on the rise love right here.
I'm going to reach out and strangle and make Mike go, it was the Dukes, it was the Dukes.
I mean, there's worse things that can happen.
Don't even
End
know
it all.
that movie
It's fine.
reference either, dude.
I hope so.
No, I do. Regardless, wait. Let's go back to. First of all, I'm playing devil's advocate. Second of all, let's analyze all the hypotheticals here. So
as red as
you don't
Bears
have to
Cup.
take this as my actual opinion.
Right.
With Marcus's comment, you're getting roasted in the chat about can the Bears make a bad pick?
No, in this draft, can the Bears make a bad pick in a lifetime? We've seen it.
Well, in this draft, yes,
draft,
too. Yes.
It's hard.
But
it's gonna be hard.
I like you posing the question so that we can talk about it. We're just talking this through. We're calming our minds.
I'm gonna
not
hit
you. It's the opposite.
So hard.
We're calming our minds because we have no idea where they're going. Last year, listen. Last year, first round,
we knew
it was all wrapped up before the draft started, basically for the Bears. There were a couple of doubters.
Remember, it leaked that the Bears wanted Rome. We knew
Rome.
Caleb and Rome.
In fact, we were almost more certain in Rome so long as he fell to that spot than we were about sometimes Caleb Williams, because every once in a while there'd be that little thread that gets snuck in there that goes, oh, well, are the Bears going to trade that first overall pick like they did the year before? Are they trusting Fields? Are they going to go in a different direction? Are they going to get a different quarterback? Do they want to? So there was actually more confusion at the one, but it was pretty much set in stone. And as soon as they take Caleb Williams, which was practically the slam dunk, then it was, okay, is Rome just going to drop far enough for the Bears to take him? Because we know that they want him. This draft, this year, the 2025 draft,
wide open.
There's only one pick. It's the stakes are heightened a little bit for this Bears team, especially because they don't have the first overall selection. When you get to pick first, I mean, yes, all eyes are on you. However, there's no scramble to see who's still on the board by the time it gets to number 10 and it's your job. So there is more discussion about what can happen here. And I think personally, I don't think it's going to be as up to the Bears as we all sit here and think. It's going to have to do with what goes in the first 9,
how it falls,
or if they trade up and what goes in the first
how it falls.
However many.
They are at this moment in the waiting game.
They're at the mercy.
They're at the mercy. And trust me, if someone's willing to pay that price to the Patriots, if someone's willing to pay that price to the Jaguars, the Bears are going to have to live with that. They're going to have to live with that. We've given up too much draft capital in the last couple years to just turn around and just throw away when we got a chance, like I say, for 3 possible blue chip players this year in the first 2 rounds.
Absolutely. And I am in complete agreement with Elliot. Mike needs to put one of these helmets on because I'm going to hit him over the head with the other one.
I'm a hockey player. I'd rather just use my skull. You just, do what you got to do.
Yeah, you'll definitely be spitting chiclets.
That's fine. Yeah.
Hey. Hakuna Matata, bros.
Yeah, I know. It means no worries, but I got a little bit of worries because if it was
the Bears make me worry.
If it was polls, I'd be worrying. However, with the new regime in place and the new coaching structure that is in place, it is more likely than not that this is Ben Johnson's baby, Ben Johnson's draft. So therefore, he's going to go in every little, direction.
Fingerprints on
everything.
it. Fingerprints are on it, baby.
Yeah. Okay. So we've covered that first half hour.
Let's go.
Okay, sorry about that. No, not really sorry. It's going to get heated. It's
we just getting started.
We're enjoying this, friendly banter back and forth. But after we come back from break, we are going to be talking with Marcus Ogden, former 6th-round draft, former NFL player, and we're going to get his perspective on what it's like going through this process, how they handle it, and so much more. And we'll even talk about the dearly departed Mongo. I kind of feel bad not hitting that right off the get-go.
But we're going to get to it.
I was just so excited about this draft and getting it going. So it is a little bit of a somber, moment, but he was much more than a football player. He was an entertainer. He
was great.
He was great. And you're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Are you ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up now to get your desired time slot. School of Rock is now open. Unleash your inner rock star. Listen this Sunday afternoon to Handle on the Law.
I know we're at an at-will date, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
It's Handle on the Law this Sunday afternoon from 4 to 7 right here on WRMN.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you looking for a dentist near you? Choose the one with the 5-star Google rating, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We earned that 5-star rating with our super friendly staff, reasonable rates, and outstanding patient care. Dr. Bender provides full-service family dentistry, including tooth-colored fillings and crowns, and no drill, no shot treatment for small cavities, perfect for kids. Choose Google's 5-star dentist close to home, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We're here for you.
Welcome back to River Media Network Sports, AM 1410 WRMN. I'm Derek Geyer. Mike Napolitano joining me to my left, if you're watching on the YouTube Live. Marcus Mack on the right.
Yes, sir.
So, boys, unfortunately, well...
a moment to bow our heads.
Yeah, a moment of... not so silence, because that would probably not be a good thing since we are on radio. But Mr. Steve Mongo McMichael passed away yesterday.
Rest in peace, Mongo.
After, obviously I don't need to go over his attributes and accolades and everything. Part of the 85 Super Bowl Bears, professional wrestler, well, more importantly, defensive tackle in the NFL for 15 seasons. But he was larger than life. Oh, thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
There's a few guys that resonate. The Chicago Bears. When you think about Bears, there's certain guys that just come to mind. Dick Butkus, Gale Sayers, Walter Payton, Richard Dent, Mike Singletary. Yep. Steve McMichael is one of them. He was one of the toughest guys on the 85 Bears team. He was one of the toughest guys on the Bears team for many years. He was the guy that set the tone. And on top of that toughness, he had a heart of gold. One of his best attributes was his compassion for his fellow man. As tough as he was, as much of a monster as he was on that field, off the field, they said he was super gentle. And that just means more than anything to me. And his legacy will never be forgotten.
That's the best way to be an athlete, right? You take it all out onto the field with you, but you leave it there. When you step off the field, you are once again just a human being, right? So, it was a shame. Derek and I were actually at the Frontier League tryouts and draft yesterday covering the Schaumburg Boomers and some other teams there. We were talking with the commissioner, and all of a sudden I get the notification on my phone that Steve McMichael, Mongo, was being put on hospice. And it was only a couple hours later when we were driving home from that very event that all of a sudden I got the alert that he had passed away. And that was just, it was bang, so sudden,
I thought it was one of those deals where, because as you mentioned, yes, we were at the, tryouts and everything. And you had mentioned that they were putting him in hospice. And I thought, well, no, it doesn't happen this fast.
Right.
But geez, he's been suffering with ALS, which is ultimately what cut his life short.
Yeah.
And diminished him. But it was heartbreaking.
Yes.
It was heartbreaking
yes, it was.
because as a kid, and I think you're old enough to remember the 85 Bears.
Oh, yes.
I remember him as...
I remember him after the 85 Bears.
This one wasn't born yet.
Just a little bit off.
Yeah, just a little bit off. But
13 years.
The Super Bowl shuffle, hilarious. And even after he was done playing football, and I'm a wrestling fan, and he was a part of the Four Horsemen.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to give credit to Elliot here. He was part of the Four Horsemen. He was a former U.S. champion in WCW. So he was an entertainer.
Yes.
First and foremost. And another thing that I just can't help get out of my head is when he sang that
national anthem,
seventh
inning stretch. Yes,
where he promptly gets kicked out of the game.
By who?
Angel?
Yes.
Angel Hernandez.
Yes. He was a little inebriated, we might say. And I'm gonna.
What's inebriated?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Inebriated.
You mean inebriated? Inebriated.
Good pull, man.
There it is.
I just watched that clip today. You guys this though.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And I read this story. It was so inspirational, and it was something that last year when he was getting enshrined into the Hall of Fame, I remember reading, and his wife was speaking, Missy, and she was saying that he was obviously this disease had ravaged him severely to where he was a former shell of himself, and he was on the ropes. And she asked him point blank, "Are you ready, or do you want to wait?" And he, with his last strength, told her he wanted to wait. He lived his last moments to be enshrined. I don't get choked up much in many things, but when he was enshrined last year, it hit me, and that's what showed how much he meant to this city, how much he meant to to that franchise, to the Chicago Bears.
I love that he got honored at that Canton game as well, too, though. I mean, for him to be able to, take part in that, despite, he needed some assistance to feel the bust.
But the team was there with him, and that was saw all the guys coming together to let him know how much this meant, and that was special.
Yeah. I definitely shed a couple of tears, just for the simple fact that earlier in the year, I had lost my dad to cancer. I mean, and it struck a particular nerve because, I mean, that was, and the reason why it struck a particular nerve was because it was always Bears on Sunday. Halftime, we would go out in the yard and we would play football. And then we would watch the rest of the game while eating pasta and spaghetti sauce.
Was it marinara? Because then it's sauce.
I'm going to take this helmet and I'm going to bash you over the head with it.
Be my
sauce.
Hey, Dean, if you're listening, you're going to have to find another co-host for me after I'm out of jail.
You got Nick Johnson.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, but anyway, I digress from the violence. We'll keep that on the football field. But I mean, it was all encompassing because the '85 Bears, all the playoffs games, the happy memories and moments with my dad watching that defense absolutely dominate, destroy, and
it was
brutalize.
It was special.
The opposition.
Yes.
So, I mean,
Hats off to Mongo. Rest in peace, big buddy. And you are now joined your brother Walter as another member of the 85 Bears, along with Dennis McKinnon as well. Blessings, you guys, and you will always be remembered in this town.
Yeah. Elliot jumping in saying that he loved dogs, too. That's a big thing.
Yes.
In my book as well, personally. Yes. I love that, too.
I mean, the guy was just an all-around lovable dude. He was Mongo.
Yeah.
He was Mongo.
Yeah.
So now that, we've sent some proper shouts out because we had to make sure we took care of that to show our brother Mongo some love. We are now looking at almost 15 minutes away from the first pick being announced. I think that it's a far gone conclusion. Adam Schefter, ESPN inside reporter, reported that
Cam
Ward is going to be number one pick by the Tennessee Titans, and that was announced. They stopped fielding phone calls, and they're going to stick with that. And so that leaves now the number 2 pick, which a lot of people truly believe is going to be Travis Hunter. I find that hard because who's going to throw him the football? But, hey, to each his own, right? We bring a wide receiver, and then nobody's got to throw the football to him. That's the smart move. That's the way to go. Good job, Cleveland.
Yeah, but, we did open up the show with our thoughts and everything as far as where the Bears are going to go, whether it's going to be offense, defense, offensive line, defensive line, and or running back. And the time probably about 2 hours before the show, in our group text chat, River Media Network Sports, your co-host, what do you call him?
Balake. Elliot was even saying we got to show you that Key and Peele skit.
You've never seen Key and Peele? What?
Shut your mouth, Ron.
I'm about to say.
Shut your mouth,
Ron. Now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to go there. Yeah, because I might accidentally drop an F-bomb, and that's not good. Well, I mean, I know it's clean, but I'm dirty, and I got to say Smurf instead of the other thing.
Right. Well, that would be FCC regulation.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. They're a little thing called the FCC. However,
Todd's a Cleveland
Blakey,
fan.
Balake. Okay, so he texted us in the group chat that the odds for picking Ashton Genty dropped all the way to minus 192 because the Bears were going to trade up from number 10 to number 7 with the New York Jets.
Yeah, I was New England Patriots is what Brandon was talking about. Oh, you were talking about
no, not Brandon's mock draft. When we're gonna go over Brandon's mock draft in a second.
Yeah,
but yeah, he's not talking about Brandon's.
No, I'm talking about Blakey.
He's talking about Blake. Yeah, Blake was talking about the odds.
So if there's awesome, we'll put a pin in this and we'll get to him.
We are now being joined by.
Hold on.
Oh yeah. Oh.
But what I'm saying is that, if the odds in Vegas are going down to where it's negative money, at 192, it's a good possibility that the Bears are actually,
going to make that
trading up. Yeah.
Yes.
Could be. All right, who do we have joining us, Marcus?
We have Marcus Ogden, not me, not Marcus Mack. We've got former NFL player Marcus Ogden joining the show. Welcome, brother. How are you doing?
Well, hold on, Marcus. Hold on. I'm sorry. I want to give the proper context here. You were drafted in the 2003 NFL draft. You've played for the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Baltimore Ravens, the Buffalo Bills, Tennessee Titans. Do I have this correct?
You do, my friend.
All right. So I'm Derek. That's Mike. That's Marcus.
Marcus, Derek, Mike. What's going on, gentlemen?
Oh, man. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for joining us, Marcus. We appreciate it.
Of course, man. Of course.
So as a former NFL player, and since it is draft day, what is the thought process of a kid coming out of college, going into the NFL draft and taking part in this spectacle?
You know what? That's a great word to describe it. It is a spectacle. It is a lot of craziness. It's a lot of media. It's a lot of fans. It's a lot of hype. And it's a lot of pressure on these young athletes. And what I try to tell people is these athletes have to remember it's a job, right? It's a career that can help you if you want to work in the NFL, things like that. After that could become a career, but it's a job, right? And you need to love your job, you need to do your job, but you can only do your job one day at a time, right? And I learned that as a rookie when I got drafted with guys like Byron Leftwich, Rasheed Mathis, LeBrandon Tofield. I mean, we had some great guys on our team who were all rookies together. And what I try to tell young players is just remember, guys, it's a process. It's a journey. Like, don't get overwhelmed. It's going to be a lot thrown at you, rookie OTAs, and then you have voluntary camp, then you got mandatory camp, then you got vets coming in, then you got training camp and all this stuff. But I tell them, focus one day at a time. That's the key to making it and having a career, right? As from your job by having a long time being played and you playing in the NFL for a number of years in the sport that you love to play.
Marcus, walk us through the I want to know walk us through what it was like when you were drafted. What was that process? Walk us through that so we can know what the players are feeling today.
So for me, a lot of players, same thing. I remember, so after college, you kind of go through, the combine, you go through, private workouts, you go through teams flying you in to meet, with the head coach, the general manager, the front office, the interviews, like these individuals, these people that work in the NFL for these teams, they want to get to know your character. Who are you? What do you like? And they want to see how you interact with the staff, the team, the coaches, the people in the building. So everything is an interview. Everything you're being analyzed, you're being looked at. Do you fit this offense? Do you fit this? Are you coachable? Are you going to try to do everything on your own, right? And it's not be part of the process and part of the team and part of the culture. So for me, I remember going through that process. Then I had my pro day at Howard and had all the scouts coming out to watch and do drills and run stuff and my 40, my bench, the vertical, all this stuff, right? Everybody wanted to test you on their own. And then they had you come out to meet teams. So I flew to see the Rams back when they was St. Louis. Who was the coach? Oh, God. Mike Martz was the coach, head coach. Yep. So I flew out there. I flew to see the 49ers back when, God rest his soul, Terry Donnie was the general manager. So I went out to fly out to see them. I went, of course, to see Jacksonville. Went to Baltimore. Went to the Bengals because that was when Marvelous was the head coach of the Bengals. And it was great, man. It really was. And then, of course, draft day. Man, like, that's always nerve-wracking, right? They say, oh, you could be a third rounder, maybe fourth. So, and then I passed. And then the beginning of the fifth round, I got a call from the Cowboys. Man, we're a hell of a player. We love you. We're going to get you in our next pick. I'm like, you got to pick in the fifth round? I'm like, no. I'm like, why are you calling me? Right? And so then I got drafted. I remember I heard from the Bengals. I heard from the Colts. I heard from the Cowboys. I heard from the Ravens. And then the Jaguar took me. And I remember Del Rio calling me. I'll never forget this. I'm at my brother's house. Right? He's in Vegas. I'm in Baltimore with my family around. And I get a phone call from Jack, from the Jaguars, right? 904 number. It's Jack Del Rio. He said, hey, Marcus, how you doing, man? I'm doing fine, Coach. How's it going with you? I'm doing well. Have you heard from anybody? Yes, Coach. The Browns called me. I heard from the Cowboys. He said, that's enough. Tell them all to go away. We're going to draft you at this pick. He said, I'll see you in Jacksonville in a couple of days. Get some rest. You're going to need it. Hung up the phone. I saw my name come across the screen, ESPN. The new pick is in. Jacksonville Jaguars select Marcus Ogden from Howard University.
Yes. Nice. You are currently listening to River Media Network Sports on AM 1410 WRMN, and the voice that you are listening to and the guest currently on our show is Marcus Ogden.
Marcus, you also have done a lot in your post-NFL career, a lot with mental health coaching and stuff like that. You have a show called Get Authentic. Tell me a little bit about that and what you're doing now.
So the Get Authentic with Marcus Ogden is a podcast. And I'm so fortunate to have, WRMN and River Media, Ben and Dennis Sonar. They are our producers and they are the best. And the show is really about people sharing their authentic journeys, no fluff, no social media, photoshopping this, cutting out that, I'm perfect here, I have the best life there, all that stuff, right? I'm the real, the raw. I'll post about me being in Vegas for work, seeing Circus du Soleil, Bellagio. I'll post about having tough times getting out of bed after my divorce and living in an apartment and hating my life and saying, how did I get here? Why am I divorced? I'm a failure. I'm not that guy that's going to all give you all the good. So that's what it's all about in that regard. You know what I mean? I'm the real, and it's got to be the real, the raw. So the show is about giving you the real, the raw, and having guests on to share their stories in the same capacity.
I love that because
that's awesome.
That really helps a lot of people that, may not even show that they're kind of struggling through that kind of stuff. And, that encourages them to speak up and talk about all that kind of stuff. But, a lot of those people are going to be, not to make light of the subject itself. Am I getting a little reverb here? That's me. Yeah, a lot of those people are going to be Bears fans after this draft. A little on edge, little nerve wracking. But what do you think the Bears are going to do? Have you been following this whole draft, and what do you think is the best option? We were debating it earlier, but for the Bears to take at number 10 or possibly even trade up, right?
So the word I'm hearing is Genty from Boise State. It's a great pick. He's a great running back. And, they did a good job getting some linemen. I know you guys got Thuney from Kansas City came in. You kind of did a little bit of revamping of the offensive line. Caleb is a really good quarterback. He's got some bright spots. If he had a little bit more time in the pocket, I think he's going to be a phenomenal quarterback for you all. And then on the defensive side of the ball, so he's a guy I've known for a while, Tremaine Edmonds. So, I got to when he was in Buffalo. So I used to speak for the Bills for their rookie class. So he was part of that. So I spoke to Tre'Davious White's rookie draft class, Josh Allen, Edmonds, and then Oliver. So I got to meet him. I'm 6'5.5". He's all 6'5", right? He's about my height, and I'm maybe a little bit taller. And I told him, man, you just got to follow the program. You just got to keep after it. And he's done a great job for you all in Chicago. The defense came around strong for you all last year. So if you can get a good running back to take some of the pressure off of Williams having to throw the ball all the time, and get him in there and get behind the line and kind of do some, I have to call it the zone read, kind of go a little bit stretched and cut downhill, because he's got a really good ability to stretch and cut downhill. I think that's probably your best pick if he's there, right? I mean, I think he will be. I don't think the Giants don't need him. Of course, I think Cleveland's going to draft, the defensive end from Penn State. Mm-hmm. I think Cam Ward's going number 1, or maybe Travis Hunter go to Cleveland. But I think running back, Raiders may take him. They do need a running back in with the Raiders, so that could happen.
Pete Carroll.
Yeah, and then they've got Geno Smith there. So and Pete Carroll understands. You got to have somebody to establish the run. Again, I know everybody wants to throw the football. I think that's great, but the problem is, I feel the D linemen today are just a little bit more have the advantage, because we're not really practicing like we used to practice with the pads on back in the day. So I think the edge goes to D linemen in the season, especially early in the season. Mm-hmm. So running the football establishes getting those guys to not have their freaking heels back and come after the quarterbacks. Kind of like John Turtling from the Colts, old D-line coach for the Colts, said, hey guys, if you're playing the run on my team, get off the field. He said, we stop the run on the way to sacking the quarterback. That's what we do. But of course, he also had Dwight Freeney, Robert Mathis. I mean, he had some dogs.
Yeah, they had some good players.
Okay? Yeah. Right. But again, guys, I think you all draft. If he's there, I think Genty is a great pick for the Bears if he is there.
Yes, it looks like the far-gone conclusion almost that everyone kind of wants Genty to be a Bear, including Vegas. The odds, but like you said, I'm really worried about the Las Vegas Raiders, because Pete Carroll does love the big bruising running back. We saw that with Marshawn Lynch, and I'm really afraid the Raiders are just they're that wild card. They love to pick the obscure, right? That's just who they are.
Yeah, but
they
you said you weren't looking for Gentry anyway.
I don't want Ashton. I don't. So I'm hoping the Raiders pick him. I do. Just get him off the board. Get him out of our way.
Who do you want then?
I want offensive tackle. I'm hoping that they could get lucky enough to get Will Campbell. If not, I would be fine if they took Calvin Banks.
I know the other name that was thrown out there was Abdul Carter as well. But yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, okay, Marcus. What are your thoughts on that one?
I think the DM from Penn State, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
He's gone. Unless they trade up, right?
Unless you trade up, he, from what I've been seeing and hearing, they're looking at maybe going even number 2, maybe to potentially. I think Cleveland is the favorite to get him, even though they've got Myles Garrett. They're looking for another edge rusher, and I've watched him play. I know he had an injury last year, but I still think he's the best defensive end in the draft. So. And I don't think he falls to 10 out. If he did fall to 10, I would say take him.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening.
And you are listening to River Media Network Sports with our guest, Marcus Ogden. Marcus, after your playing career was over, you've gotten to a few philanthropic endeavors. You are still with, honestly, how is Ogden Ventures LLC going?
It's going very well. Thank you for asking, gentlemen. That is our main core business. That's a for-profit business. We do speaking, coaching, consulting. I'm an author, podcast host, brand ambassador. We've been very fortunate we've been doing this for now 12 years. So we had a brand reputation before all this crazy stuff like tariffs, high prices, things like that. And I always tell Dennis and I tell Ben from WRMN and River Media Network how grateful that I am for them, because they have helped our brand grow substantially through our podcast and what we do. So I'm very, very blessed to have them in our corner. So we're doing fantastic. And I'm actually in Vegas right now. I'm at Planet Hollywood because I have a speaking job tomorrow for a big insurance conference. And right now I'm at Vegas right now with all people betting on stuff. Like every time you go to a hotel, it is nuts in Vegas right now.
Just out of curiosity, Marcus, do you need anyone to fly out there and handle your bags? Because I can't take this, Chicago weather where it's 80 degrees one day, back in the 40s the next, and Vegas being in 80, 85 degrees right now. I'm a little jelly. I'm not going to lie.
I got sunburned yesterday, and I was out on a baseball field wearing a sweater. Like, what is going on here? So, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I was with you on that one.
Marcus, I know you played for a number of teams. Of course, your brother played for the Ravens as well. Are you also paying attention to those teams going into this draft?
Yeah, the Ravens, they're going to be further down. I hear they're looking at a potential, wide receiver. I know they picked up DeAndre Hopkins. They could use some a good interior line, to kind of bring some more depth in. And I tell you, they could really use a really good big edge rusher. They could really use that, really well. Like I said, the secondary, they got Hamilton, they got Nate Wiggins last year. So the secondary is looking pretty decent. They could use some young, good pass rushers. And also I think they could use a really good interior lineman to help them with some depth. And of course, I love Derrick Henry, but how much longer he's going to keep playing at this high level, who knows? Getting a good running back to add to that mix could be a great move for the Ravens as well.
Yeah, we have a friend that is a Ravens fan, so we'll root for them as well, of course, on your behalf as well. But we hope our Bears do well, and if it's not, let it be the Ravens, I guess, at that point. So,
I think the Bears have done. Again, Caleb Williams, I think, had a above average year for what he had to deal with as far as not getting a lot of protection. Him and Stroud, they both, both last year just got pummeled, as far as getting hit a lot, But again, he took it, did a phenomenal job. And again, I thought he had an above average year, especially for the lack of protection that he got. So if he can stay a little bit more upright and he's going to year 2, give him a couple additional weapons, give him a good running back to kind of help in that regard. Again, the problem with tackles, it's not a problem, it's great, but just trying to find a guy that can count on, when you draft a tackle in the top 10, you're hoping, that's going to be the staple piece. I think the best tackle's a kid out of Missouri, they have him the number 1 tackle in the draft. So I think there's a lot on that front as well.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you jumping on with us, Marcus. That was Marcus Ogden. Go to Marcus, Marquess, at Marcus, Marquess, Ogden, OGDEN.com. Is there anywhere else that you want people to get in touch with you at, Marcus?
No, man. Oh, yeah, we do have the Marcus Ogden app. So you have either Android or an Apple phone. Just type in Marcus Ogden in your app store. It's completely free. Follow us there. Connect with us there. We love to speak with you, man. Anybody that has a question, comment, wants to engage, check us out. Connect with us. We love you guys.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you so much. We'll have to have you on our Saturday sports shows at some point.
Welcome to
Have a good man. Good luck, guys. Good luck in the draft tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate
Good to talk to you.
You are currently listening to River Media Network Sports on AM 1410 WRMN. I'm Derek. He's Mike. That's Marcus. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my Grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit benderdentalcare.com.
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been, and it's sometimes, we got set back, the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it, and in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
Welcome back to River Media Network Sports as we cover the 2025 NFL Draft.
We have started.
We've started. They've started. Little Wayne started. Why is Little Wayne
I don't know.
doing what Little Wayne is doing out there?
I totally forgot the draft was in Green Bay. And I just remember the one thing that keeps resonating in my head.
Cancel the whole draft.
Green Bay stinks.
No. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be me. And I'm just going to say Green Bay sucks!
Yes, they do.
Well, last year it was in Detroit, so
sucks!
Are we moving it through all of the Bears' rivals before it comes back to Chicago?
Can we please get it back to Chicago ASAP?
Yeah, no kidding. Well,
you missed Minnesota.
Sucks! Tennessee is officially on the clock. Each team has 10 minutes between the picks, so we're waiting for the pick to come in. We've heard this was pretty much a foregone conclusion. Cam Ward's name should be getting called first. Would you be surprised at all by any other name.
Well, Abdul Carter would not be a surprise just because he is probably listed as the best available player in the draft. However, is it what the Tennessee Titans need? They need a quarterback. Will Levis was not it, and I don't think it's the proper fit. I do think he could still have success in the league. However, not with the Titans right now, with that makeup of that team. So they want to start fresh. They want to reset the quarterback clock. It's got to be Cam Ward. There's not really any other quarterbacks. Like we were talking about earlier, everybody else basically dropped off the cliff in the quarterback category in this draft. So it's got to be Cam Ward for them. The question is do they pick him right away, or do they build the suspense and make us all wait?
Well, right now they still got the clock moving as we're sitting here waiting for the official ticket to be handed in. And I think that is kind of how this norm is. You sit back, you wait, you want to see if you just might get that crazy phone call. So even though you've got the pick sitting there, you're like, yeah, let's just hold on. Maybe that phone might just ring and somebody will offer us the deal that's too good to be true. As everybody wanted for last year for Caleb, remember? The Hall.
You weren't going to get something like you got from the Carolina Panthers 2 years in a row, you know? So definitely, of course, I know we're all in agreement that I think we're pleased with the Caleb Williams selection. But yeah, I don't know if Tennessee will get that kind of a haul. I think they're just going to be grateful with this number 1 overall pick, and it's got to be Cam Ward. So now we sit and we wait, right?
Yeah, generally when you're a team that's bottoming out, it's probably because your quarterback play is pretty porous, and if you got any chance, you get a quarterback. I think that I don't buy in the theory that if you don't have a quarterback, you're not drafting any quarterback because you don't have a quarterback. For the Saints to say, we're
you mean Will Levis isn't a good quarterback?
Well, no, he's not.
Not right now.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, but is the team around him any good?
No, they're not. But you still need good quarterback play.
Yeah.
And that's just bottom line. And if you got to keep going to the well until you get it right. If Caleb Williams had not been the answer for the Bears, guess what? The Bears would be drafting another quarter. You don't stop. You keep it going until you get it right.
Don't we know that here in Chicago?
Yeah,
if
you have
make
to.
T-shirts that have a concert series on the back full of quarterbacks, you've gone through the cycle a million times.
But think about how they tried to. But think about how the Bears failed so many times by not addressing the quarterback in the draft, or by reaching and addressing the wrong quarterback in the draft. You can draft the wrong quarterback, but you have to fix it if you do, which is what Tennessee is doing. Tennessee drafted the wrong quarterback, Will Levis. They're fixing it. The worst thing you could do is try to double down once you've made said mistake. You say, hey, we made the mistake. We have to move on.
Can you believe that we live in a world where Gia Duddy figured that out before the Tennessee Titans?
Yeah.
And he was the wrong quarterback.
That he was she's like, I'm good.
Yeah. So the needs for this Tennessee Titans team are, of course, quarterback, wide receiver, edge rusher, offensive guard, and a safety. Yes, they have all of those needs. Yes, Abdul Carter would be that edge that fills one of those needs. But like we were saying before, you have to build from the quarterback out. And what Marcus just said is correct. Absolutely. You got to take Cam Ward here with this number 1 overall pick. If another quarterback comes out here, with how much the Shadur Sanders and who's that third in question?
Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart, yeah. Are you surprised? I would be surprised.
I would be floored. It'd be just like the Michael Penix pick last year that helped us land Rome.
Right.
When that pick went in, I remember my face going, and I knew right then and there the Bears are drafting Rome. So, you can still be surprised every now and again. I'm hoping not, but you never know. You never know.
That was part of another IMS production, if I'm not mistaken, last year when they were live and on spot at Dave & Buster's.
I was sick for that one, but
what was the name of their?
That was that the Blow the Whistle podcast?
Blow the Whistle.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Nick.
They are actually doing a live show from Illinois Media School that is sponsored by Ultimate Autographs, which is where Nick Johnston and I spend our free time, and by free time I mean day jobs. But
you can't get them to sponsor our show?
I tried. They have connections with former NFL players, and this little show has opened my eyes to a couple that live locally. So I think we'll be talking with Ultimate Autographs to kind of get us with them. We don't want Ultimate Autographs. We want the NFLers, right? Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys at Ultimate Autographs. Sorry. But yeah, go ahead and tune into the IMS show as well. Nick Johnson, I know, is going to be giving us shout-outs.
The pick is in.
Woo.
Okay, so no Mitch Trubisky, no Justin Fields forever, no... Okay, come on. What are the Titans doing? I mean, I think we already know what they're doing, but...
Camera's sitting on Cam. We're waiting for it to be official.
If only it wasn't copyrighted by the NFL. We need the little...
Ding dong ding.
We wait as Tennessee makes their selection. How about Tennessee, though? Like...
You're the only 10 I see.
Thank you. I highly doubt that. But let's go back like 10 years ago when they had the Henrys, when they had a decent, I'd say fairly decent core there. They were building towards something, and then it all just crashed and burned.
Well, once again, though, it goes back to quarterback play. If you remember, what was his name? He kind of found the small stride there in Tennessee. He was with the Dolphins at first, and then he left the Dolphins and he landed there. And I'm drawing a blank on the name. It'll come back to me. But he never could ascend. So then that led to the Will Levis reach, and now this is where they're at. And
you're talking about Thor in Jacksonville?
No. It's gonna come back to me. But he was written off in Miami, and he was able to find his career again. Tannehill. And
I couldn't think of that for a second either.
And so
Mikey on the spot.
And so, they from there, that's where it all fell apart. Once Tannehill couldn't take them to the promised land, Derrick Henry, had too many miles and wanted a championship. They traded away A.J. Brown. It was just after that domino effect after domino effect.
It was like a last-ditch effort after the whole Marcus Mariota tenure didn't work out. And I don't think that was too much fault of Marcus Mariota. Now, listen, I am not the biggest Tennessee Titans fan. I didn't study that team religiously. However, he made a name for himself. Yep. He just didn't have enough weapons around him. And then they quickly transitioned to Tannehill and said, oh, well, that's just going to slap a Band-Aid on a dam and the water's going to stop, right? And the leaking just got worse. And here they are with absolutely nothing. And the pick is in, though. They have something. It is Cam Ward.
Cam Ward. I'm seeing
get
trade
to work,
alert.
Mike.
I'm seeing trade alert. Trade alert. The Cleveland Browns have traded the pick. The Cleveland Browns have traded the pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Cleveland Browns once again have traded the second pick in the draft to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The draft has now officially started.
So what you're saying is Jacksonville, who is number 5, traded with the Cleveland Browns.
So who do you think they're going to select?
Shakur Sanders.
Shadur.
Okay,
what?
him too.
Shadur.
Do you guys not pay attention to the quarterback on Jacksonville? He's got long, flowy hair.
Yeah, Thor.
They signed him to a big contract.
Yeah, Thor.
You're going to get him a guy called Travis Hunter. That's what you're going to get him.
Oh, that guy?
That's why they're trading up.
That guy?
Yeah, this is huge. Browns trading already in this draft.
Which is a smart move from Cleveland. They have a lot of issues that they need to address. This gets them more draft capital, and then they still fall back, and they'll more than likely still land the guy they want. But this shows right there that not only is Cleveland not believing in this year's quarterback class, but it's also showing that Cleveland is more than happy with losing out on Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter.
Well, I mean, Cleveland has had a big offseason with the Myles Garrett signing, so they've doled a lot out. So I could see them wanting to get a return in this trade back in order to have pieces around what they've signed and maybe not have to have it cost them too much. But, I mean, to have the second overall pick and give it up like that, that means they're expecting a big haul back.
Oh, do we know what they got back yet? I'm still trying to get information on that. Mikey, see if you can see what they got.
It'll come in, but, I mean, if it was anything like the Bears did to the Panthers, a few years ago to secure the number 1 pick and the number 10 pick from them. I mean, hello, Caleb. Hello, not Roquan. Who's the wide receiver? Help me out.
Romeo
Odunze. So there's that. And then don't forget, we also got a wide receiver in that, trade as well with them.
Yeah.
You know, with DJ Moore.
DJ.
So it's probably going to be a package, something like that, assuming that, you know, so it's definitely going to be they're trading their first round pick for first round pick.
Yep.
Probably going to be trading their first round pick for next year.
Or either a second round.
Well, you don't jump up, 4 spots? You know, from five to number 2?
They jump 3 spot jump.
5, 4, 3, 2, 4 spots.
4 spot jump.
To do that without getting a haul, I would think. But I'm on the outside looking in, just like we all are here.
Yeah, once we get the official information of what exactly Jacksonville had to give up, we'll relay that. But we do know right now at this current moment, Jacksonville Jaguars have struck a trade with the Cleveland Browns, which does not shock me whatsoever. Cleveland had announced earlier that they were fielding phone calls, and it makes a lot of sense. Now, with this happening, we definitely know now that the Patriots are going to be left having to choose an offensive tackle, because I know that their eye was on Travis Hunter. I do not believe that Abdul Carter is going to make it to them unless they make a move, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Here we go. It's in. Just to confirm, that is a 3-spot jump. They were 5th, 4, 3, 2.
And they gave up the 4th round, the 2nd round for this year, and the 6th round for this year. In exchange, the Browns get the 5th pick. They get the 2nd and 4th round picks of this year, and they get the 1st round pick from Jacksonville Jaguars next year. Wow. So Jacksonville pays a huge price to move up to get to the number 2, to draft number 2 in this year's draft.
So you got to think they're taking Abdul Carter with this.
Either him or Travis Hunter. You don't pay a steep price like that unless you get unless what you feel is a generational talent, a guy that's a game changer.
Well, considering this is a trade, and considering, I mean, they did this intentionally to get to that number 2 spot. They have their eye on somebody. It's probably one of the 2 that Marcus just mentioned. The pick is in. They did have about 7 minutes on the clock. So the pick is in. We shouldn't be waiting too much longer. The New York Giants are now on the clock in that 3 spot, but we are still waiting the name of the Jacksonville Jaguars selection at number 2.
And I'm telling you, I'm wild. I'm already, woo. And you know, that was the funny part about it. It was called today because they said that every draft every year has averaged at least 5 trades, and there was no trades that had happened yet.
Yeah.
There was none. So this does not surprise me that fireworks are flying right away.
Everybody's holding their cards close to their chest.
Just what I predicted, buddies. Travis Hunter is now going to be teamed with Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. Watch out. The locks are flowing, and he's got a guy.
What guy might that be?
Travis Hunter.
Ooh, Travis. Hunter. This is definitely, well, you kind of wonder what kind of circus this was going to be for this NFL draft, and right away, it's kind of living up to it. What's going to happen though? Is Travis Hunter going to play both ways? Is he going to be on the defensive side of the ball? Is he going to be on the offensive side of the ball? If he is playing, his big upside to getting paid is obviously with being a wide receiver and playing on the offensive side of the ball.
They're walking up to the podium right now. I feel like this. Travis has shown the ability to be able to play both ways, and it seems that he is actually more involved in the game when he's allowed to go for both sides of the ball. So I personally think that you have to let him go. I hear that he's a better receiver than a cornerback. I think that you let him, definitely play wide receiver. But if you can give him some spells at corner, why not?
That's what I was looking for. I was like, what is his primary position? Because I know he can do both. But yeah, we'll get that in just a second. They're still taking a little second to update this, but I believe that is confirmed the pick.
No, hold on.
And Tim Murray.
It looks like it's not confirmed. ESPN jumped the gun.
Oh.
ESPN jumped the gun. It's not confirmed yet.
Who walked up to the podium then? Is it not him?
They're announcing right now. The Walter Payton Man of the Year is announcing the pick.
Oh, okay. Pick is in. Giants.
So Tim Murray, who's listening on
Eric Armstead's announcing 2024.
That's all right. I wasn't talking or anything. Tim Murray on the YouTube feed is basically saying that he wasn't going to go to a team that wasn't going to play him both ways.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. I did not hear anything about that.
So thank you, Tim.
So yeah, thank you for that insider info. You're doing my job. Okay.
So what are we doing now? What do we got? You know, it's like still man of the year.
Eric Armstead has been taking the longest announcement in the world.
He's giving his whole life story up there. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
So it's Well, great. You know, he's the man of the year, and we're waiting with bated breath as far as that goes.
I don't know why they didn't do this for the first overall for the man of the year.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter is indeed.
Travis Hunter, Colorado.
Ooh, I like that.
I like that. Ooh, I like that.
It's not the Gong Show, but it'll do.
Heck yeah, I like that. Whenever the picks come in, heck yeah.
Now, what do we have like a toilet flush for when the Green Bay Packers are on, or maybe
Lions,
like
and the Vikings?
Yeah, I mean because my voice, I got to watch my voice. It's going to get hoarse if I keep on saying sucks and screaming and all that. You know, just saying. You know, help an idiot out here, Sonar.
So to all listeners,
in my
out there,
opinion,
once
that
again,
sucked.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll do.
I like it.
And
so we have the pick is in. Travis Hunter has been selected by the Jacksonville Jaguars. He is the number 2 pick in the draft after they traded with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, he is listed as a wide receiver or a CB. So,
yep.
I mean.
And you're listening to
both.
River Media Network Sports. We'll be back. We're covering the 2025 NFL Draft here on WRMN 1410 AM.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all. On American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
And welcome back to River Media Network Sports. This is AM 1410 WRMN. I'm Derek Geyer. That's Mike Napolitano alongside his Marcus Mack. And we are into the third round of the 2025 NFL
Third pick.
draft.
Third pick.
And it is in.
Only the first round tonight. But the New York Giants, I already wrote them on the board because my guess is they are not going to be giving up that third overall with the season that they had.
Traded the pick in. The pick is in. No trade from the Giants, which a lot of people speculated. A lot of people were speculating it was going to be the trade.
I was like, nah, they need it.
But maybe,
unless they were getting a huge haul.
Guess what, though? Maybe because Jacksonville made the deal with Cleveland, that's why the Giants are now sitting
right. Right. Which, I mean, they can't complain. That was a win-win either way. You're either going to get a big haul like Jacksonville just gave to the Browns, or you're going to keep your third overall pick. And you can't be mad either way.
No. Yeah, and I was just making sure that you guys were paying attention.
And
that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
And Derek is going to be here tomorrow to give you the third round coverage. No, I'm kidding.
No, that's Saturday.
I'm kidding.
Is it?
Saturday is the third round, yes.
No, I think 2 and 3 are tomorrow, right?
No, yeah,
and then 4 and 5 are
that's right.
Saturday.
Yeah, day three is the last.
Yeah, so that's
4,
Saturday.
5, 6, yeah.
Saturday after On the Rise and the Truth About Chicago Sports.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we won't be covering it live here. I mean, I don't even know. Maybe if there are a couple names that go in late rounds, like we can mention them while we're on our shows. But we won't be doing a live show like we're doing here.
It doesn't start. I don't think that starts until after we're done. I got.
Oh, is it afternoon? I didn't look at the times.
But we could still give the fans and everyone out there listening, and we do appreciate you listening and badgering, not really badgering us. But joining us in on the YouTube live feed. We appreciate that.
Tim Murray's our little insider in here. I like it.
That's youtube.com/@WRMN Radio, or the text line is 505-926-1410. And or if you want to call into the studio, call us, get in touch with us, and tell us how much Smurfy we are with our picks. It is 847-931-1410. So what do we got? We got Joey Bag of Donuts over there?
No, that was just Sonar's message from earlier. No,
okay.
We've got a couple people in the chat. Shout out Hector Soto. Shout out Brendan again. And then I know our buddy Grant and Elliot were in there.
It's official.
Ooh. There it is.
Carter. Abdul Carter has been drafted by the New York Giants, the edge rusher from Penn State that everybody says is probably the best talent in the draft. Big time game record playmaker. The Giants defensive line gets just that much stronger as they already had a good fearsome four already there. Now watch out. They can't pass the ball, but you might not be able to also.
Huge pickup for the Giants. They definitely need something there, honestly, in every position, to be honest with you. But now the Patriots are on the clock. This is another team that has been so used to success, just like all those other Boston teams out in that New England area. And those fans will not settle for any down years. You look at what the Bruins did in the NHL just this year. They are the type of team that their fans expect them to make the playoffs every year. And if they don't, even if it's squeaking in and you're guaranteed a first-round exit, they want to see compete out of their teams. It's the same way in baseball, which is why they are really down on their Red Sox right now. It's the same way in basketball, which is why the Celtics are playing so great. I mean, they have a lot of talent there too, but they know the Heat will be on if they were, and I don't mean the Miami Heat, the Heat will be on if they drop.
They want them championships.
These Patriots who have had a Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, Bill Belichick pedigree for the longest time, it's not acceptable, and the fans are calling out about it.
And now they have the new coach and former Patriots, Mike Vrabel, as their head coach.
Yes.
Who is going to possibly do the whole... Well, it's the Patriot way.
Well, we look at it. They don't got Travis Hunter anymore, right? No. Abdul Carter's gone. You have what they believe is the franchise quarterback in Drake May. What's the next best thing for a quarterback? Protection, right?
You would think.
So I definitely can't. I cannot see them passing up an opportunity to be the first team to take the best offensive lineman off the board. They are the team that's got the chance right now. Unless they pass up on it, the Patriots can take the best, what they believe the best offensive lineman first before anybody else.
That's a possibility, but then, Mike Vrabel, he comes from the defensive side of the ball, so, I mean, he could take a 3-tech, or he could also take I mean, they're hurting just as much as, any other team in the top 10, with maybe the exception of the Bears.
That's about it,
I mean,
right?
if we're, if we're being real about it, Elliot wants me to fight someone.
What? Elliot, relax.
Elliot, are you calling for my head still over here? You know Derek's coming this way, right?
That's the sales department right there. That's when you know those guys in sales, they just want to start controversy always.
Am I costing too much, Elliot? Is that what's going on here?
Well, if it bleeds, it leads, right?
I guess so. What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's the old adage from any time the news is on. If there's a, I'm not going to get into the blood and guts of it. But
I'm sorry. To all the rest of our shows here at WRMN, I don't watch the news because it's so sad.
I'm going to tell you
so sad.
what isn't sad is
Sports
Abdul
news
Carter's
is
chain. It is ridiculously drippy. Look at that thing. My goodness, it must be nice to get drafted.
That is.
Man.
He's got that NIL money.
So sick.
That's NIL money right there.
That's NIL money, baby.
Okay, so for the benefit of the people not looking at the draft and they're listening to us on WRMN 1410 AM, I mean, he's got a thick, about 1 inch thick, double, I don't know what, butterfly kind of gold chain
it weighed
around
100
it.
pounds. If I put it on my neck, it would drown me.
Yeah, and it looked like it was a good 4 or 5 inches long by 2 or 3 inches high and wide.
You'd have to do push-ups just to wear it.
Yeah, and I mean, kid looks like he's in phenomenal shape, so there's that.
Yeah.
You ever seen those bodybuilders that like train their neck strength and they like tie the chain around with the plate? Yeah. That's what that is.
That's what that chain looked like.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. I mean, yeah, that must be nice to have all that NIL money.
Oh, my goodness. My goodness, indeed. I love it. I love it.
Can't even begin to tell you.
We have confirmation that the next pick is in for the Patriots.
The Patriots pick is in.
Should not be long now. They are taking this pick. Of course, I think to nobody's surprise. That big of a trade at number 2, I don't think there's going to be much movement in this top 5. Maybe after we get past the Browns down to 6.
Well, now the Browns. Now it is interesting because now, where do the Browns go? Do they draft Shador? I mean, they've clearly taken themselves away from Hunter and Abdul Carter, which they had a clear shot at.
Right.
So now that they've traded back, they obviously have a plan in mind. They obtained an extra pick for next year, which was a smart move. I think if they go Shador, I'm not complaining with it.
Yeah, but what about the albatross that it's Watson?
He's done.
Well, I mean, I know that.
I mean, he's technically still listed on that roster, but with those 2 Achilles injuries, I can't see him coming back a whole lot.
I don't think it's enough massages to put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Easy now.
I'm not going that route.
Allegedly. We got to get that word in there. Allegedly. Supposedly.
Yeah.
Or if you got that thick Chicago accent, it's supposedly.
Supposedly.
But, there's that. Yeah, I mean, hey, supposedly.
Hey, you know what made me laugh? I heard somebody say that if Ashton Genty was drafted here, the Chicago accent would just ruin his name. Hey, that old Alshon Judges.
Oh, God.
he's real good at the running backs, that Ashton Gentches.
Oh, my gosh.
Something tells me we're hearkening back to Jordan and Peele, with the AA.
Key and Peele, yeah.
Oh, Key and Peele, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, anytime you want to correct me, Mike, just, do it off the air.
I've already heard it, like, on different sports shows. You even said his name wrong at the beginning. I'm telling you, it's going to be great.
It's an omen. The Bears shouldn't take him then.
If he gets drafted, he is going to have 10 names by the time his career ends.
Well, look at how they butcher almost all of the names here in Chicago. You've got Giddy's name, who sometimes gets mispronounced.
Josh Gatna.
Or they'll say Bedard, or I don't even know what they say for Connor Bedard.
Wait. Montez.
Wait, hold on.
Montez
Sweet.
Or Montez.
My favorite is always Jonathan Toes.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. In all honesty, how the hell do you come up with Jonathan Taves? I know it is a Canadian name. I know that it's pronounced differently and all that fun stuff, and it's probably got a whole bunch of umlauts and everything over it.
No, it doesn't.
No.
That's how it is. Same as Devontae's of the Colorado Avalanche. The Islanders are upset about that one. They could have had that right in their back pocket. But yeah. I'm trying to think of other names that were butchered here in Chicago.
We're back up there. They're now coming back to the podium here soon.
Chicagoans always add S's to names, too.
Yes. Jules.
You mean
the Jules?
The Jules.
Beat me by that muches.
Ashton's Gensies.
Use guys.
Hey, the Utes. Oh no, that's a Jersey
on
thing.
the same lines.
Yeah, or it's a New York thing.
P. Crow Armstrongs.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Paul Konerko's.
That Paul Konerko's, he can hit on the south side, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Give me the sauces. Give me the sausages with the giant ear.
The pick is in. The Patriots pick looks like it is in. We're waiting to see who they're going to announce. This is going to be interesting. I really hope they don't call Will Campbell.
All right, that's.
I want
boy.
Mason Graham.
Take another look.
Will Campbell.
It's Will Campbell.
But we said it though, right? We said the Patriots were going to have the opportunity to select the first best offensive lineman off the board in this year's draft. How could you turn down Will Campbell? He has clearly been one of the best in the last 4 years of college. He comes from a great program at LSU.
Isn't this the guy that's got like dinosaur arms or T-Rex arms?
His arms were a tad short, but you know, like I've heard so many professionals say, his feet, his watch.
Oh no, his technique is awesome.
They say you block with your feet.
Yeah,
and his feet are excellent. So I think that they have landed a huge pick, and I am jealous.
As soon as you said it, too, I saw it pop up, and I'm like, oh, no, Marcus, I'm sorry.
Now, guess what? Genty is definitely on the board for the Bears. Make no mistake about it.
You don't think he goes to any of those other teams? They're not looking for any of that?
He can't, but you know what?
Las Vegas.
If Vegas doesn't pull it, if Vegas doesn't pull the trigger.
Because I was going to say, that's who you were worried about before.
That's
so
kind of the hope. I know it's my hope because I want him to pick either, defensive or offensive line.
Listen, I think
protect Caleb.
Caleb.
I don't. You probably can't call up the Browns and make another swap. I don't think they will drop again unless you offer them another huge haul. So that 5 spot is all locked up right now, basically. So the Bears can only trade with the 6th spot, which is the Raiders. And if the Raiders are looking for that same player in Ashton Genty that the Bears are looking for, then they're not taking away that pick. There's nothing the Bears could offer them probably unless you ship them the entire team, including Caleb Williams, just to get that pick.
Exactly.
So it's going to come down to, whether or not he goes at 6. I don't see him going at 7, 8, or 9 with the New York Jets, the Carolina Panthers, or the New Orleans Saints.
I agree.
But you never know, though. I mean, crazier things have happened, right?
Clearly, it's already started in this draft. And we also got my buddy Todd Barter, who's going to be calling in. He is a longtime Cleveland Browns fan. He says when Cleveland picks, he's going to call in and explain why they've moved on from Watson. This will be great to hear. We'll get a longtime fan that really cares about the organization. I'd love to hear his thoughts on how they feel about Deshaun Watson and everything that's transpired to him coming to that team.
Remember, allegedly.
Well, no. We're not talking.
But why they are actually moving?
When they traded heaven and earth for him and then gave him $250 million guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't know what they had in mind there, but I'd like to hear Todd's take on it because I know there are a lot of Browns fans that weren't happy with it to begin with.
I wasn't happy with it, and
they wanted Baker the whole time, and look at how he's gone to Tampa Bay and had a resurgence. And I don't even know if you can call it a resurgence. I think he still showed flashes of that in Cleveland. He just didn't have the weapons around him.
They gave up on him for Deshaun Watson.
They did.
Bottom line.
I will leave all the opinions on that for Todd. He knows probably more than I do about what's going on in Cleveland. So I want to hear his take as well. But I'm not a fan of Deshaun Watson.
Cleveland's pick is in, so we'll wait and see who they're going to pick after they traded with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I just think it was a great move. They got themselves another first-round pick for next year, so that's going to set them up to have 2 first-round picks for next year. It's a great move when your team is trying to build again.
And listen, Shedeur Sanders was dropping in this draft, but a lot of it had to do with, they said, that he was this young, cocky rookie that, you don't want a cocky rookie, right? Well, I mean, honestly, sometimes you do. A lot of it
wasn't Caleb a little cocky, and I loved it.
A little bit, and some of it too was the fact that Dion, his dad, was there. You knew you were going to have to pay the big bucks for the name, right? It's like paying for something Nike rather than off-brand.
Well, not to mention all the NIL money,
right? So
I mean, back that Brinks truck up.
So if you're willing to pay Myles Garrett all that money, are you willing to pay a Shedeur Sanders? So now you've gotten a haul for that number 2 overall pick and still gotten a quarterback. I mean, the Browns could win this draft right here.
That's a good
objectively.
Now, and remember, they still have many more picks. They were not just with the first round pick. The Browns have I believe almost 9 picks in this year's draft. They're rolling.
Elliot said, didn't they revive Joe Flacco's career?
Yes, they did.
They did. But how long is that going to last? So you reset the quarterback clock.
He's a perfect in-between for a guy like Shedeur.
Yeah, and honestly, Shedeur dropping from first overall projected to almost to the second round, it's hard for me to believe that he got that bad that quickly, so I still think you're getting somewhat of a steal with this quarterback. And hey, guess what? If it doesn't work out, you'll be a bad Browns team, and you'll have a high draft pick next year with a better quarterback class, probably. Probably, yeah.
You're currently listening to River Media Network Sports on 1410 AM WRMN. That's Mike Napolitano. I'm Derek Geyer. The other one is Marcus Mack. We are going to be taking a quick timeout and get back in it with the next draft pick. And don't forget to tune in on Saturday mornings for our shows On the Rise from 8 to 10 and The Truth About Chicago Sports.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo. November Echo Tango.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast, right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up and stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Youth football season is almost here. Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer is now part of the prestigious Pop Warner League in Chicagoland. We're serving youth athletes of all ages, building character and fostering teamwork. Registration is now open, so don't miss out on the chance to be a part of a winning tradition. Multi-athletic registration discounts are available, and we're looking for dedicated volunteers to join our coaching staff. Shape the future of our youth. Plus, on April 14th, the Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer start spring conditioning. Get all the details and register at elginsteelers.com. That's elginsteelers.com. Go Steelers!
Welcome back. You are listening to River Media Network Sports, AM 1410 WRMN. Myself, Derek Geyer, Mike Napolitano, Marcus Mack, and the Las Vegas Raiders have picked
Ashton
Genties.
Okay, on the count of three, who did the Las Vegas Raiders pick? 1, 2, 3.
Ashton Genties.
Napolitano! Come on, man!
He was supposed to.
Jeez! I'm trying to do a beat here, a little bit here, and as always, you're leaving my arse out to dry. Come on, dude!
This guy's having a spasm over here. So it's all right, guy.
Elliot, you might get your wish, Elliot.
I think we have a caller that is joining us now.
We do.
A caller that's joining us. Go ahead, let the caller on in. Let's talk. Caller, you're on the air. What's going on, my friend?
Marcus, do you recognize the voice, my brother?
Oh, yes, Brother Todd. What is going on, my Cleveland fan?
How are you, my friend? How are you?
Very good, very good. Are you surprised at the pick of Mason Graham and them opting not to draft Shedeur Sanders?
Well, number one, I'm going to tell you right now, Shedeur is not going to be a good fit. Number one, it's because of Daddy. Okay? It's because of Daddy and Daddy's name.
I didn't realize he had daddy issues.
Well, he's,
Dion.
It's
Let's see what I did there.
So Marcus, you remember my son played football. He played against Jackson State those 2 years that he was at Jackson State. So I got to watch Shedeur play. He's not as good as everybody seems to think he is.
Okay.
He's going to fall. Me personally, I'd actually like to see Cleveland take Will Howard out of Ohio State.
Oh.
And that's like maybe a second or a third round pick.
I think that would actually make a lot of sense.
Because if you think about it, and you watch it, and I'm rolling with my Buckeyes. I love my Buckeyes. Sorry about your Irish, my friend.
That's okay. We forgive you.
That's all right. I don't like him anyway.
But Will Howard is. I think he's another quarterback that's good. You still have, like you said, I think as far as like the Bears fans, build your line. That has always been the biggest problem of the Bears. Your running back. You want to get a running back. You still have those two guys out of Ohio State, which they both they said. I can't remember if it was Henderson or Junkins that was maybe a little better than Genty, too, that you have to take into account for.
We talked about that earlier, about it not being that big of a cliff of a fall between Genty and the other running backs in this draft. I think that they're a lot closer than people think.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's why I said, I would go with linemen. I like what the Bears have done. Obviously, I have to watch the Bears because I don't have to watch. I can't watch Cleveland as much, but
that's a hard watch. Sorry.
No, I get it. Trust me. I was back in Cleveland for a while, and I watched all the games last year, and it was sickening.
Is Watson done?
Watson is done.
Okay.
They have moved on. Watson is done. They have moved on from Watson. I'd like them bringing in Joe Flacco. So they have, Joe Flacco's been there. He did well when he was there. They like him. Okay, Kenny Pickett, can he really do anything?
No.
Okay, you're going to have a battle between Kenny Pickett and Flacco. But you bring in somebody like a Will Howard or
maybe even a Jackson
Dart. Even Jackson Dart, too. You know what? I don't know if you guys paid attention to any of the, what do they call it? The combines.
Yes.
I watched that. I watched the combines, and I paid close attention to it. So, they could actually go after another running back to, they might do that too in like the third round, go after a running back to help with Chubb as well.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Todd, we really appreciate you joining us, brother. I thank you so much for tuning in. You're one of my boys. I appreciate the support and love, man. Thank you so much.
And I'm sorry.
You know what? I've had my phone on. I had my computer on, listening to you guys, watching the draft. And,
we appreciate it.
It's been interesting.
Thank you so much. Man.
Before you go, Todd, your thoughts on Mason Graham, because I know we kind of danced around all the other possibilities, but they did select Mason Graham at 5. Did you watch him with Michigan at all? I know Michigan it's your rivals.
You know what? Believe me, I watch the Big Ten. I pay attention to everything. And if you want linemen, you're going to go to schools from the Big Ten for stuff like that.
Right.
So I like the pick, but it also, when they traded, who did they trade with? Jacksonville?
Yes.
So I think their second round picks are like back to back almost, if I'm not mistaken, when they come around to the second round tomorrow.
Yeah, you have the Browns have the 33rd overall and the 36th overall now.
Okay, so
that'd be 1 and 4 in that second round.
I think, Marcus, you said it, the Browns could come out with a good steal this year in the draft.
Thanks for calling in, Todd. We appreciate it. And I do apologize because that $172 million dead cap hit that Deshaun Watson has, that's going to take a few years to get undone and to come out from under that albatross.
That was even Cleveland, most Cleveland fans hated him. That was the worst. That was the worst thing that team ever did, and they finally had the owner took blame for it.
Yes, he did. Accountability is key, and I'm glad they can move on. So thank you so much, Todd. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
Thanks for calling in. That gelato looks absolutely delicious.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that. I know you folks were like sitting over there listening to the show, but that gelato looked absolutely delicious. We're coming to you live.
Somebody said gelato and this Italian came running. What is
Exactly. You're listening to River Media Network Sports on AM 1410 WRMN.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And now the Jets pick is in. They drafted Mimbo, exactly what I was predicting. This draft is now going pretty much according to plan. Now that we've had the little bit of shakeup, it's starting to fall. We pretty much predicted Genty to the Raiders. You said who was going to go next? What did I say? Mimbo to the Jets. And so now that we're seeing all the pieces fall into place. The next pick that's going to be up is going to be number 8, and that's the Panthers. More than likely, I'm predicting wide receiver to get some help for their young quarterback, Bryce Young. Maybe they go offensive line, but I really think that kid needs some weapons on the outside. He needs weapons big time.
Yeah, and that's offensive tackle Armand Membo from Missouri. Obviously, well, the Jets need a lot of pieces as well.
And he makes sense. He's a terrific,
they're cheering
lineman.
Membo.
He's a terrific lineman. He's probably going to play right side. They say he could possibly play left. I wanted the Bears to get him. He was my fallback if they couldn't get Will Campbell. So now at this point, it's looking like pretty much maybe Calvin Banks or either one of the defensive ends from Georgia.
Tyler Warren is up there as well. Throwing that name out there.
With the Panthers, I think the Panthers might take Tyler Warren. Why wouldn't they?
That's true too.
And not, and there's also a Chicago connection out there in New York with the Jets. So Justin Fields actually has someone that could protect him now.
Yes. I mean, Justin doesn't have to run for his life.
Much.
Can the Bears figure out something like that for their new quarterback?
I hope, we'll see in a matter of like 20 minutes or so. I would imagine. So, I mean, that's good.
Just think about this. The Jets have given Justin Fields
more help.
The highest draft pick lineman that he's had in his whole career. The Bears, the highest they got for him was Darnell Wright, which was, I think, number 9.
3rd or 4th.
I think it was like 9 or 10.
Round?
Yeah. No, pick. The pick was like, I think, the 9th or 10th pick.
Yeah, but wasn't he also hurt?
Darnell, he got hurt during the season.
I don't know. All of the players that the Bears have drafted and or traded for
seem to be hurt.
I'm getting like a little bit of PTSD because they seem to come pre-hurt and they're missing. Hey, we'll sign you to this multi-year $1 million contract, and can I get a piece of that?
Yeah. Please?
I mean, please. If I got a bad back. I'm 6'2", 225 pounds. I could play outside linebacker. Can I get some help?
Yeah.
I mean, geez Louise.
Oh, man, that's awesome. That was the best right there. Let me tell you something. I wouldn't step on the football field with these 20-year-old animals if you did give me $1 million.
Oh, wait.
I would never spend it.
I would.
In the hospital.
You know why I would? Because it would be one play, I'd go down, clutch my ankle or something, and I would be out for the rest of the season.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, exactly. Probably like one of who is the offensive lineman or the defensive lineman that did that this year to the Bears? We mentioned him earlier. Anyway,
yes.
You guys are listening to River Network or River Media Network Sports on AM 1410 WRMN. I am Derek Geyer, Mike Napolitano, Marcus Mack. We'll be back in a few to the draft. I lost what I was going to say.
Nah, we're all good.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by member's choice. This institution is not federally insured.
Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio, here on WRMN AM 1410.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Mooseheart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Does your car need a shine? At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they make it quick, easy, and spotless every time. And they're open 24/7 for your convenience. Right now, get a free car wash just for joining their text club. Text BRITT to 30400 and enjoy a free car wash. Visit Britain's Touchless Car Wash at 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin or at 555 Willow in West Dundee. Britain's, caring for your car while caring for our community.
Welcome back to River Media Network Sports with Mike Napolitano, Marcus Mack, yours truly, Derek Geyer, on WRMN 1410 AM. And we've got another pick. The Panthers have selected
McMillan.
From Arizona, wide receiver.
Very hard. Just McMillan.
McMillan from Arizona.
Tataroa McMillan. Yep. Wide receiver out of Arizona.
Probably like they're said the best one in this year's draft, they believe. So Carolina gets themselves a very good weapon, I think.
That is the first wide receiver to go in this draft.
On this draft.
So, I mean, usually you see them a little bit higher than that. But, I mean, hey, this is a weird draft. We already said it before. There's not a whole lot of quarterbacks at the top here. In fact, there's been one. So you're really looking to get alternate pieces.
The way that room was looking right now in that pick, I think the Saints got Shedeur.
Yeah,
I think the Saints got Shedeur. The way that draft room was looking right now after they made their pick, they kind of had that we just picked the quarterback look on their face.
Yeah. No, Saints took Kevin Banks. So the Bears are going to have to change their minds once again.
The whole draft plan has been changed for the Bears now.
If they were looking at Banks. Do you know if they were looking at Banks? I know you were looking at Banks.
The top three. Remember, those were the top three offensive tackles. Was Mimbu, Banks, and Will Campbell.
Yeah.
The Bears were hoping that they would get, because their belief was that Shedeur Sanders was going to be picked in this top 10.
I think they thought that the Saints were going to take
Sanders. Everybody, a lot of people.
We need you to have a mic first.
Yeah.
Here, steal mine for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead. Get in Mike's spot.
All right.
But,
this is a big blow. This is a big blow to Chicago Bears, as the Chicago Bears have now had no shot at Mason Graham, Will Campbell, Armand Mimbu, and now Calvin Banks has been shockingly drafted by the Saints. No one predicted the Saints to draft Calvin Banks.
Yeah, and as Mike Napolitano is busy working on the board, and you hear my voice of Derek Geyer, joining us from Illinois Media School is
Andrew Scheid.
Yeah.
Hello, Andrew Scheid.
Everybody.
How are you doing?
As a lifelong Bears fan, diehard Bears fan, I'm ready for this pick to come in. And
the pick's already in. So I guess the Bears.
The Bears are already in. I'm so shocked with you guys. I thought that was going to take longer for them to decide.
Yeah, I guess they said, hey, we know who we want. This will be interesting. Tyler Warren?
It's a possibility.
I mean, this is really fast.
This is really fast.
It feels like a Tyler Warren.
And I think this is the fastest pick I've seen them make since last year.
Since Caleb.
Yeah. And even Caleb, they took forever to call it in. I mean, they knew they were going to, but you see it, they were just waiting to call it in.
They wasted no time.
Is that big enough for you guys right there?
I think that's what she said, but we're moving on with the draft.
No, the Chicago Bears, right?
Yes,
the Chicago Bears,
Yeah, I mean,
As Calvin Banks Jr. is emotional right now.
You don't need a magnifying glass to see that. I don't think.
Just pretend I'm Vanna White.
Yeah, you're gonna have to shave a lot of stuff to get that pretty, my man.
Can I buy a vowel?
No.
Here, wait.
Yeah,
Can I buy a vowel?
All right, here we go. Can we get the sound? The pick is in for the Bears. Oh, we got the girls announcing for us. Laura Rutledge, and I forget who this one is right here, but they've got the Dream Team announcing for the Chicago Bears. Hello.
Interesting.
And I have absolutely no idea what they're saying because I'm not a lip reader.
Laura Rutledge is NFL Live.
Right, yeah. I don't know who that other person is.
I think she's a commentator.
She's a commentator. She's been doing this. She's, goodness, I'm blanking on it. I'm so sorry.
Regardless, I mean, this is going to be a...
Wolf, that's her. I know her last name is Wolf. Colleen Wolf.
As in...
Colleen Wolfe.
Yeah. Hey, don't roll your eyes at me, Napolitano. You're on camera. I could see you in back of me right now.
I could look forward and consider you.
I didn't roll my eyes. For the record, I pointed at you and I said, "Yeah, that." So you're getting your eyes checked.
Yeah, I am past due for that. Yeah, just saying.
As apparently the schedule release is going to be May 14th. They just made this announcement. So May 14th, the NFL schedule will be revealed.
Yeah, not only is my back bad, but my knees are bad, and obviously my eyes are bad.
That's okay.
My mouth barely works to talk on the radio, and my hearing is also a little suspect. But hey, Hector, thank you. I appreciate that. I worked very hard in the off season on my dance moves, so there's that. But the next time we do this, we should probably be having a libation or two out and about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This way, people can actually take part and join in on the circus.
You mean we should go out
that is,
and deal with the public?
The River Media Network Sports Group here.
Todd was asking a question in here. He said, here's a little trivia for Bears fans. There are 2 teams in the NFL with 8 championships with a Super Bowl win as well. If you want to know the answer, just ask on the air, and I will tell you. Do you guys know who those 2 teams are?
Hold on one second. Now, let me think about
the
this.
Steelers.
First things first, we got to see this Bears pick.
And probably the Cowboys.
The pick is in. The pick is in. They're getting ready to announce the Bears pick in the first round for the 2025 season, baby. Let's go.
Cut his mic. No, just joking.
Let's do it.
And
come on, baby.
It's another player.
They're honoring Steve. Sorry.
I was about to say.
They're honoring Steve McMichael really quick. Blessings to the NFL for doing it.
Yep,
They're
and to do that before the Bears pick and not at the beginning of the show, I think means more to Bears fans.
It means a lot.
Yeah.
That's a good take. That's a nice take. And yet we are still dealing with what they're doing, honoring Steve Mongo McMichael.
All right, here we go. He's at the podium.
Come on, give us the play-by-play.
Everybody's excited. Goodell's got us all in waited breath. 50th anniversary of the Walter Payton Man of the Year selection as well.
And it is Ben Johnson. Oh, wait. Yes, it's the coach. I mean, come on. We can't stop talking. We are on the radio. There is no dead air. We are on the radio.
Walter Payton.
I'm just saying.
I would love that. I want to be Walter Payton Man of the Year.
What? You like listening to the radio when there's dead air?
No.
I don't think anyone does. I mean, come on.
This goes back to what I originally told you guys when I caught him not watching the YouTube channel. It's in.
It's in.
Whoa! They did draft the tight end, but not Tyler Warren.
Out of Michigan.
Bears draft Colston Loveland from Michigan, and I heard noise about this. I heard noise about this from a couple insiders where they said that they believe that Colston Loveland fit more with what the Bears would need from the complementary tight end position opposite Cole Kmet. They said that they felt like Tyler Warren was very similar to Cole Kmet. And they said that Colston Loveland had more of a little bit of different operation and ability. So I'm not shocked by this. And remember what I told you. If they did not get the guys that they wanted in the trenches, right?
Right.
The guys that they wanted in the trenches were gone.
Right.
So I'm not mad at this.
No, and I don't think any Bears fan would be mad at this pick. I really don't.
He can stretch the field. He's a playmaker. He's a mismatch guy, and you need them.
And I think this takes a lot of pressure off Cole Kmet at the same time.
2 tight end sets where both guys can be lethal on the field, good hands. Yeah, you need guys like that on your team.
And I think this is good for Williams because we all know he loves to throw the ball. We all know that. And I think this is really good for him. Another weapon for him to throw the ball to.
sure hands, route running. Looks like he's a pretty solid blocker for a tight end. He'll definitely be able, like I said, to stretch the field. He'll create those mismatches. Big guy on the safety, fast guy on the linebackers.
I'm a little up in the air. I am not going to lie. I find this a little bit confusing, considering the fact that I get what you're saying as far as like the potential 2 tight end set, the run blocking. He may actually, eventually be Komet's replacement in the long run.
In the long run.
I get it. I understand that. However, the contracts, rookie contract going forward for the next 4 or 5 years, great. But if they do not pick and shore up either the O-line or the defensive line,
you have to
in the next couple rounds.
Right. Just put more pressure on yourself now.
Because this, I just.
But this was a position of need. When you looked at what the Bears were listed as needs, tight end was listed as one of their needs. So they did fill a position of need. I do wish that they would have been able to get the offensive tackle or defensive guy.
Yeah.
But if the guys that you had rated as first round picks were gone, then you go with the next best player on the board.
And like you said during the break, we were both hoping that they would take Calvin Banks, and then he went to New Orleans. So it was like, who are the Bears going to take now? And we're kind of up in the air on that one as well.
And according to Pete Prisco's grade on this pick from CBSSports.com, it's an A.
A pick.
So I don't know who Pete Prisco is, but I'm going to trust that he knows what he's talking about, and I'm going to trust that you, Marcus, know what you're talking about.
And remember, we still got 2 day 2 picks. Actually, we got 3 day 2 picks because I believe we got one in the 3rd round as well, or no?
I thought we had.
I know we have one in the 4th. I think we might have traded that 3rd round.
The 39th overall and the 41st overall, and then
Did we trade? We traded that 3rd rounder. I think we traded that 3rd rounder away.
I think you might be right. No, actually, we have the 72nd.
No, we
have the 72nd. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so that'll be a day 3.
Day 3. So they
most
got
likely.
so they got 3 day 2 picks.
Yeah.
So that means I'm hoping then we can address running back, edge, and O-line still with those 3. That's what my hope is. If we could address those 3 there.
One of them has got to be a running back.
Right. One of them
has to be a running back.
With this deep class, you have to.
Especially, got it. Especially, there's a moth flying around. There's your violence, Elliot.
Elliot.
You wanted your violence, you got it.
I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Oh, the night is still young, my young friend.
Okay. All right. I spoke too soon.
Yes.
The Bears do not have a 4th round pick. They have the next pick in their selections is the 148th overall. 148th overall in the 5th round. Then they have. Wait, actually, I should check the rest of the 5th round. I think we just have the Bears just have the 1. Yeah, just the 1 in the 5th round. In the 6th round, let's see. Do the Bears have 1 here? No. And then it's just the 7th round is the 233rd overall, which is 17th in the 7th round.
Okay.
As well as the 240th, and that'll conclude their drafting. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay. At the half, yeah.
Okay.
So basically, what I am seeing right now, and what you're, goo goo gaga overing, Marcus, is the fact that he's got his second tight end. He's using this the same way that he basically used it in Detroit. Mm-hmm. So now that I've wrapped my head around that, I don't necessarily hate it. Mm-hmm. I don't hate it because, I mean...
Did we want the Bears to reach? I kept asking people this. When it comes to those edge rushers from Georgia, I just feel like it's a reach to get one of those guys at 10. There were more talented players like a Loveland, and so therefore I could live with that. I'm always going to choose that you pick on the side of talent as opposed to need necessarily. And if you're reaching, that's where you get a problem. That's where you get a Michael Haynes to your team. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
Lord.
But right now, you are listening to the Rivier Media Network Sports and on WRMN AM 1410. We've got another caller, boys. Caller, what's your name? Where are you from?
Hello, this is Blake.
Balake!
Long time.
You scared him.
out in beautiful Arizona. Not a fan of the pick. Tyler Warren was right there. If you're going to go, feel like Tyler Warren was the pick, and that.
Well, you're cutting in and out, Blake.
We got the gist of it.
Yeah.
Balake.
So Blake's not a fan of the pick.
Before? You're not a fan of
there
the
we
pick
go.
either?
No, well, you were cutting in and out, Blake, so we got the gist that you are not a fan of it, especially because someone was there for you, and I missed what you had said.
Warren.
Oh, Tyler Warren? Okay.
Tyler Warren. You have Tyler Warren on the board, who I think was a better prospect, and going for another guy who you're banking on high end upside. We talk about luxury picks. We talk about all these things, and especially if the Bears are rebuilding, you need a guy with a higher floor. And I don't know if Colston Loveland is that guy, but keep killing it tonight, boys. Keep up the good work, and maybe we'll.
Well, thank you very much, Blake. We thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. We are definitely trying to give you the best show possible. And, we do understand those sentiments.
Yeah, and try to not enjoy Arizona too much while you're out there. So it looks like the 49ers have...
49ers pick is in.
Pick is in, and it is...
They go with the
Michael
edge.
Williams.
Well, are you going to continue and telling him where he's from? Georgia?
Oh, Michael Williams of Georgia. I was just going to throw the name out there.
And this is what I'm talking about, the reach. You see what I'm saying? This is the reach, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, 6'5", 260 pounds, with a high floor as a run defender, and they're going to hopefully hope that he's going to develop as a pass rusher. Opposite
Bosa.
Who? Joey
Bosa.
The Freak Bosa. And I just added the freak because, well, he is. I mean, so that's good. I mean, they're going for, thank you, sir. They're going for defensive needs.
And I think he was the next best player on the board.
Probably. And I mean, I don't know. But according to Pete Prisco's, it's a grade of a B.
Yeah, he fits a need. He was a good player at Georgia. He's not Abdul Carter. He did not have the game wrecking ability on a consistent basis, but he has a tremendous upside, a lot of athleticism, and a lot of talent, very coachable from what I understand. He comes from a great program. I think that he could definitely be a person that can make an impact on your team. Is he a game changer? That's what we're going to have to wait and see. If he is, then Frisco's very lucky. If not, then they just took a massive swing.
Yeah, and going back into the show, Todd had asked, what two NFL teams has won 8 championships with a Super Bowl win as well? And I would have never have bet. I would have lost money betting on this, with the answer being the Browns and the Bears.
Okay,
yes.
The Bears don't surprise me with the early 20s and 30s being as good as they were.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. When did the Browns win the Super Bowl?
No, championships. It was
He said championships.
And one NFL Super Bowl win.
Okay, at one. Okay, I got you.
I think, Cleveland does have
before the merger.
At least one.
Yes. Well, when Paul Brown was running that show, Cleveland was a force, man.
I mean, they were.
Was that with Jim Brown? Or no?
Yes, Jim Brown, Paul Brown, the Cleveland Browns, just beating up on everybody, all the Browns.
The 3 Browns.
Mean Joe Green? No, that was Steelers.
No, Steelers.
Yep.
Yeah, so.
Ooh, this is an interesting one. The Cowboys.
Yep.
and they mess it up again. No, actually, well, Tyler Booker, a guard, they need help on the line. They need to rebolster the line again. That's not a bad move.
Tyler Booker? Okay.
I mean, a guard at number, what is that? 12? It's a little high for a guard. But if he's a Hall of Fame guard,
just a smidge high.
It's a smidge high for a guard. For a guard.
But considering the fact that like the last 2 years, what's that quarterback's name down there in Big D?
I can't think of it.
Prescott. Yeah, Dacky.
Prescott.
Yeah, he's been oft injured, considering the fact that he has no one blocking for him. So you take a guard.
Yeah.
I mean, so let's see. Offensive guard Tyler Booker from Alabama. And if I'm a Cowboy fan and I'm hearing offensive guard from Alabama who basically produce big, mean offensive and defensive linemen, SEC, that whole jazz thing,
I think it's a solid pick for him in a lot of ways.
If I were a big Cowboys fan living in Dallas, I would not be upset at this pick. It's something they need. And if I were a Dallas fan, I'd really be happy with this pick.
Yeah. I mean, see, it's not well, I mean, it is kind of the players and everything that the Cowboys have. But it's the owner, general manager, media market, person that's running everything. I mean, Jerry, what are you doing, Jones, out there?
Right.
He thinks he knows what he's doing. And I mean, what do he's got the kind of, he's got a lot of money.
A lot.
The type of money where you could legitimately tell people to get lost. And, he's doing that whole Frank Sinatra thing where he's doing it my way or his way.
Yes.
I mean, so with that being said.
Yeah, but Frank Sinatra did it right.
Yeah, and also a fellow Goomba, right?
Hey,
hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, but I have it on good authority that he called it sauce.
No, absolutely not. It's gravy if it has meat in it. That's not sauce.
It's still sauce, Marami.
No. Shush.
Miramor.
This has been an awesome draft show. I just want to thank everyone for joining us. Thank all of our callers. We've been having so much fun.
It's about time you got out of here.
The Chicago Bears made their pick, and we have now Colston Loveland, the Chicago Bears.
Welcome to Chicago.
You are currently listening to River Media Network Sports on AM 1410 WRMN, the 2025 NFL Draft. And we will continue to give you our wacky takes on the other side of this break.
WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Starting next month, the Education Department will resume sending unpaid student loans to collections. News Nation's Hannah Brandt reports.
Advocates tell me they're worried about the impact this could have for the more than 5 million borrowers who are in default on their loans.
Borrowers are already struggling with rising costs in the economy, groceries, rent, childcare. This just couldn't come at a worse time.
Candace Lofton with the Student Borrower Protection Center says this could be devastating, especially when the Trump administration is rolling back income-driven plans that lowered monthly payments.
Borrowers want to pay their loans back, but they have a right to afford to do so. And in these challenging times, instead of helping borrowers do that, the Trump administration is choosing to penalize them.
Collection referrals have been on hold since 2020 because of the pandemic. The White House says less than 40% of borrowers are up to date on repaying their loans. There's a chance to own a piece of television history, including iconic TV props like Linda Carter's Wonder Woman costume. Julian's Auctions is holding a channel surfing auction with over 600 TV props and costumes from more than 70 years of television. Highlights include Ice-T's police badge from Law & Order, Special Victims Unit, and memorabilia from shows like MASH, Star Trek, and The Office. Many items are being sold to the public for the first time. The auction is set to happen May 7th and 8th. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Will Walker with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 49. Gusty winds up to 20 miles per hour. Rain showers likely after 10 a.m. tomorrow. Mostly cloudy with a high near 65. Temperatures falling to around 56 in the afternoon. Currently, it is 56 and overcast. With your Fox Valley forecast, I'm Will Walker on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Welcome back to River Media Network Sports on WRMN 1410 AM. I'm Derek. Man standing behind me on the YouTube live feed is Mike Napolitano. The man.
I was about to say, Mike has a mic now.
Oh, there we go.
Mike has a mic.
Okay.
Yeah, I got
He's
the
got
mic
a
up.
mic. All right. And to my right is Marcus Mack. And first week Illinois media student is... Come on.
Andrew Scheid.
Andrew
Scheid.
So first off, Andrew, you have to have a radio name, okay?
Right.
That's Mikey P. That's the dare. Okay. You can't be Andrew Scheid. Well, that's just not enough. I need pizzazz. I need spice.
I'll put this out there.
Okay.
When I graduated high school, I graduated here from Elgin High School. My best friend at the time, my big brother, came up with a nickname, called me Mighty Man.
Mighty Man.
Carried through both high school sports. And even now my coaches, they'll text me and go, "Hey, Mighty, how's it going?" And I turn around, that's my name.
All right, Mighty Man so it is. Andrew,
right.
Mighty Man Scheid. Okay.
Scheid. No, not Snide.
Scheid. Like I shied away from you.
Yeah.
Scheid.
Chicago Sports. Scheid.
Yeah, well put, Mike.
Another pick is in. The Dolphins selected. The Dolphins select defensive tackle. The Dolphins have selected a defensive tackle. I cannot see
Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant
from Michigan.
Another
Michigan player
boy
off the board.
What is that? 3 now?
Well,
two?
no, Will Johnson hasn't been selected yet.
Okay.
It's only just the two.
That's just two of them.
Okay.
Will Johnson will be going.
This is
Will
three,
Johnson
though.
will be going.
Oh, no. Is it? Oh, no, it's a.
It's two.
Yeah, this is three. Mason Graham,
Wasn't there a running back?
Colson Loveland, the one that the Bears took.
Colson.
Come on now, boys. That's our team. And then now here.
And now we got another one.
What in the hell are you laughing at, Sonar?
No, you guys must have been forgetting the Mason Graham one over with the Cleveland
He's
Browns.
freaking out about the lights.
The lights.
Lights are a nice touch. I like it.
We
need to wake people up on Saturdays.
We like it.
When the Hawks start scoring goals and we start reporting on it.
This is not the first time I've had flashing lights on me. Oh, wait a minute. Nothing.
Excuse me. Little production meeting on the air. Why are we disconnected from YouTube?
What?
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
we are.
Are we?
I think it's
Wait.
just the chat. Is it
Is
just
it just the chat, or we're still on?
Okay, it's just the chat. Okay, yeah, we're still on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Don't be scaring
we're
me
still
like
on
that.
here, right? Yeah.
Don't be scaring me like that.
We're still
now.
live here.
Okay.
I don't know why the
Oh,
chat's
okay.
disconnected.
Okay.
Well, we got tired of chatting with our listeners anyway. You know, we're
Sorry,
done
man.
chatting.
Well, Todd was hitting us with stats. He said, one
Todd
more
was
fact
going.
to you all. Tom Brady was not the first quarterback to win 7 championships. Otto Graham did it with
Otto
the
Graham
Browns.
was. Otto Graham was.
That
Okay.
goes back to that Browns and Bears trivia.
Yeah, enough with the Browns.
He's going to say that with the Bears.
Actually, you know, I will retract that previous statement. I'm sorry, Todd. You know, if yesteryear is what you have to look forward to, then
Don't throw stones,
In
Derek.
the words of Joe Kim Noah,
well, our team
goes
stink
to
too.
Cleveland for a vacation.
That's a good one. I like that one. I like that one.
They said
Words of Joe Kim.
They said it. I did not.
Wait. But we have to remember, originally that wasn't our words. That was Joe Keem Noah's original words.
No, that's what I'm saying. The words of Joe King.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just so everyone out there knows, we will be calling it quits at approximately 9 p.m. this evening.
9 p.m.
So, you know, thank you. We appreciate everyone listening in,
This has
tuning
been so
in.
fun.
Yeah, so hurry up and get these picks in, NFL. What are we doing?
Yeah, right. Commenting on the YouTube live feed. And
Colts pick
you know,
is in.
we
I was
appreciate
Colts
it.
pick is in.
And now Tyler Warren has been selected. The Colts get the tight end that they wanted. The Colts wanted a tight end all along. And if the Bears, I guess obviously came down, if the Bears selected Tyler Warren, they were going to choose Loveland.
Yep.
And since they chose Loveland, they took Tyler Warren.
I was about to say, since we took
Yeah,
Loveland, the Colts
they
get Warren.
ran right up there to the podium with this
yes,
pick.
they did. So now it is definitely shaping up. Shadur Sanders is going to be selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh,
it is
yeah.
pretty much a far gone conclusion at this point.
You know, and I didn't think he was going to drop that far.
I did though. Once the talk started coming out about how much the Steelers liked him, how much of a fit it was, it made a lot of sense. And think about this. Remember, Deion is his father, right?
Right.
What would be a perfect situation than him being able to come and connect with a Mike Tomlin where his son is going? I think that's an important thing for Deion, that he's able to connect with the coach that his son is going to play under. And I think that Tomlin is that perfect fit.
And it's a perfect opportunity for Deion to go ahead and get promoted, if you will, and join the Pittsburgh Steelers as the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because his son is, Shadur
The
Sanders.
Roonies don't operate like that, Bubba.
I was about to say that.
Well, I know that. But I mean, come on. You didn't let me do the whole allegedly thing.
Allegedly.
Possibly.
We do,
goodness.
we do have chats scrolling in down here. They're just not up here.
Good.
Somebody,
I wonder
who
if
is it at
that
the
got
bottom?
disconnected.
Hector Soto is asking, will you be live for all draft nights? We will not. Just for tonight. Tomorrow's regularly scheduled shows. I actually believe it is a White Sox game tomorrow night. We'll be on the air. And then Saturday morning, we will be here both on The Rise from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. That's myself and Derek here. And then for following that, it'll be the 10 o'clock to noon hours. That'll be The Truth About Chicago Sports. Marcus Mack. Hopefully Balake will be joining us.
Yes, sir.
As well as Brandon Combs.
And we will have the great and honorable Sophia Blackburn with us also.
Yeah, so there will be 4 hours of sports Saturday morning. You guys will get a chance to hear us recap some of these picks. If the late round ones end up being important, we'll probably recover some of the Bears ones by then. But then it'll be Saturday night that the final rounds of the draft go through, so we probably won't have that information to you until the next week. We'll be able to break it down and analyze it for you.
But also a special announcement. I kind of feel like this would be the perfect opportunity to announce this. Dennis, Mr. Sonar, do I have the go-ahead? Okay.
Announce.
So, starting on May 5th.
Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo. I will be hosting a radio sports talk show Monday through Friday from the hours of 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Very nice.
Name to be determined. I think I would like to toss it out to the listeners with a couple of different names and everything, to engage with the community. both my brethren here, Mike and Marcus, will be joining me from time to time.
Yes, sir.
Also talking about, the sports landscape or the Chicagoland sports landscape of things. But we are looking to expand our sports department. Much like the way that Mike is expanding the dry erase markers there.
Christmas play.
I'm very excited about it. I just want to say thank you to Sonar and Dean for allowing me the opportunity. Without you guys, it would not be possible. Marcus, the sports director here, thank you as well. Sir. Mike, my partner, you're not getting rid of me that easily. I will still be on.
Well, most of the time during the week, during evenings, I'm either covering other sports and stuff like that. So if there's something pressing, like a White Sox game or a Blackhawks game come the winter, or regardless, feel free, give me a ring. I will give you some eyewitness news coverage from wherever I am at.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So going forward in about a week and a half, there's going to be a new sports show in town.
Yeah.
Yours truly.
So keep your ears open because it will be out there.
Yes,
absolutely.
This has been a great draft. A great draft. The Falcons pick, they're on the clock right now. We're still waiting for the Falcons pick to come in. And so far, it's only been one trade. The one trade that happened in the beginning of the draft, which was the shocker to all, Jacksonville Jaguars would move up from number 5 to number 2 so that they could select Travis Hunter to pair him with Trevor Lawrence. And that has been the only movement that's happened. Everything else has kind of fallen according to plan. It seems like most teams are happy with the players they got. I am agreeing with most of the picks. The only one that I think so far has been a reach was the San Francisco 49ers. I think they reached a little bit with the edge rusher from Georgia. But outside of that, I like the way the draft is going. I know some people have questioned the Bears tight end pick, Colston Loveland from Michigan, but I think that it fit a need. I think that he was one of the best offensive players in this draft outside of McMillan at wide receiver and Genty at running back. Some people might debate if Warren was better, but I think I think it's like apples and oranges. You're talking 1A and 1B. Yep. So you couldn't go wrong with either one, I don't believe.
I don't believe that you could either.
Now, your co-host, though, Blake Cowell, was disagreeing also with the Bears pick with Loveland because Tyler Warren was still on the board. I do think Loveland came a little bit out of left field. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of talk about him with this Bears team. Of course, yes, like you mentioned, a lot of the names that they were looking at were already off the board by the time the 10th pick came around. Do you think that the Bears didn't get, obviously it probably was not their first choice, do you think the Bears didn't get who they wanted and maybe regret not trading up?
I don't think that they thought the Saints were going to draft Calvin Banks. I really don't. And I really do think that, because you got to go back to last year. Remember, Poles wanted to pull the trigger because he was afraid that Rome was going to be grabbed. And they told Poles the whole pat. They made him stand down. And I think that if you really, really went and got inside his head, which they won't let you, I think that the honesty will come out that if he would have known that Banks was going to go to the Saints, he would have been willing to make that move to 8 to get Calvin Banks over the Saints.
And I remember. Go ahead.
There's a good possibility that whoever the Bears were looking to get, going up, whether it be Genty or other pick, that the team that they were possibly going to be trading up with just asked too damn much.
Yes. Yeah, and that happens.
It absolutely happens.
And at that point, I don't think it's a regret on the Bears then.
No, absolutely, it's not a regret. But we won't find out until next week sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. Yeah.
And maybe even never. But like I said, I do think that the Bears, there's no way, if you look at how that pick went, they automatically said, okay, fine, the other guys we want are gone, this is our next guy. Because the way that pick came in so quick, I don't believe that Loveland was their number one guy, but he was also a guy that they were not afraid to go with if the other guys were off the board. And that's what makes me okay with it. If it had been something where I felt like it was like, oh, you don't need this position, what are you doing? If this guy wasn't a playmaker, even, I would be like, what are you doing? But he has shown he is an excellent playmaker in Michigan. He will make plays for the Bears. And remember, because we have Cole Kmet, the pressure's off of him. He doesn't have to come in and have to be a star right away.
We talked about that at the break, too. And we also talked about the fact of them two being so similar that I think they'll just play very well together this coming season.
And let's face it, last year Cole Kmet was sorely misused.
Very much so.
I mean, when you're only getting 3 targets in 2 or 3 games,
there's a problem with that.
How in the hell do you go ahead and mismanage that? That big of an asset, really?
Yes.
Because you paid him in the offseason, and that's the type of production that you get from him?
Especially from the year before.
The year before. Which is why you paid him what you paid him.
The thing is, you got a quarterback who loves to throw the ball, and you're giving a tight end, like you said, 2-3 targets in a couple games. There's something wrong with that statistic right there.
Absolutely.
Big time. The Falcons pick is in. The Atlanta Falcons pick is in. And Atlanta Falcons go with Jalen Walker, finally addressing their defensive needs, something that people have been begging them to address for the last couple drafts. And now the Atlanta Falcons finally have drafted a defensive player with their first-round pick, and it is Jalen Walker from Georgia. He's the other edge rusher out of Georgia. Some believe he has a little bit more upside than his counterpart that went before him. That time will tell. But Jalen Walker has been selected by the Atlanta Falcons with the 15th pick, with the 15th pick overall, and now the Cardinals are on the clock.
Definitely needed another defensive presence with that, considering the fact that, the Bears the Bears traded for him, right? The defensive tackle.
They signed him. They let him go.
Oh, they let him go.
The Falcons actually released.
Okay.
The Falcons released and the Bears picked him up. Grady Jackson.
Having a brain fart there. Well, you guys are currently listening to River Media Network Sports on WRMN 1410 AM. This is the 2025 NFL Draft. We will be concluding at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. But for myself, Derek Geyer, Mike Napolitano, Marcus Mack.
Mighty Man.
Come on, man. Andrew Scheid.
What?
Mighty Man.
Andrew Scheid.
We appreciate everyone listening, and we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. LoveYourMindToday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit LoveYourMindToday.org. That's LoveYourMindToday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to River
Media Network Sports.
Yeah, it's right there. Right there on the screen.
Hey,
I'm fried.
Those are the people you work for.
eyesight
Is the night getting to you?
Hey, thanks for bailing me out, partner. I appreciate it.
Derek, leave the gummies alone.
Fruit snacks.
Yeah.
Fruit snacks.
Yeah, see, oh my God, holy Nikes.
I think the night
Holy
is getting
Smurf,
to you, guys.
man. Do that one again. do that one again. I totally deserve it.
And the
Yeah,
Cardinals
sure.
pick is in. The Cardinals pick is in.
Well, hold on a second. You're listening to River Media Network. Yeah, and I'm looking at it, and I still mess it up. River Media Network Sports on AM 1410 WRMN. I'm Derek. That's Mike. That's Marcus. That's Matt. Right?
Andrew.
Oh my God.
Well, you wrote down Matt.
I wrote. No, that's Matt over there.
That's Matt. Matty Ice.
Matt has been working the board diligently for us tonight, so we want to thank you.
Matty
Thanks,
Ice.
Matt.
Our
Thank you.
It has been so much fun. I am not a sports person at all, but I really enjoy this so much.
Thank you so much. You are the man, baby.
Without you, this would definitely be a train wreck.
We do all of this.
You know, and to think, it only took me, only about like 2 hours and 45 minutes before I totally,
Yeah, it's about right.
yeah. Thanks, Matt.
We
Appreciate
forgive
it.
you in some ways, but Andrew, you're going to be replaced. No, I'm just
No. This is your last night of the drug.
This is the passing of the torch.
Unfortunately, Andrew is now working with you, Mike.
Yeah. And on
right,
Cinco
let's run
de
it.
Mayo, Andrew's going to be taking over the sports show from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
It's all you now, Andrew. Andrew, it's all you now.
Not a bad way to make your first weekend.
No, not at all.
At school.
We have another pick in.
Another pick. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss, has been selected by the Cardinals. The Cardinals decided to go from the defensive side of the ball. Smart move after adding Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. On the offensive side of the ball, they definitely needed to address some defensive needs.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Yeah.
This is the Cardinals?
Yeah, this is the Cardinals.
This is Arizona.
Okay.
What's the name again?
Jalen Walker?
Walter. I thought it was Walter. Walter Nolan.
Walter?
Yeah, Walter.
Oh, oh my goodness, I'm giving you the Falcons.
Matt, I think we need to shut it down. Matt, I think we need to shut it down.
So Matt and Derek are going to switch, even though Matt just said he knows nothing about sports.
Mic off. Everybody else, keep going.
Okay, good night, guys.
Ole Miss. Okay. Ole Miss represent.
My goodness.
And still, no quarterbacks other than Cam Ward has been selected in the first round. This has been a
crazy.
big change of a
Does that
trend.
surprise you?
The last 2 years, what has been at least, I think, 4 quarterbacks selected in the first round in the last 2 years,
it's always
if I'm
been
correct.
talked about that this draft class didn't have many of those high-level
go back
quarterbacks.
to Justin Fields' draft class. Trevor Lawrence, the kid from BYU.
Oh,
Trey Lance.
Don't forget
Then Justin was drafted, and then it was a quarterback after Justin, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
No,
that was the Trubisky draft.
Trubisky.
That was the Trubisky draft.
That was the Trubisky draft. But, I
Well,
mean,
thank you for correcting me yet again, guys. I appreciate it.
have you seen another draft that has not included more than one quarterback in the first 16 selections?
I think we go back to that Lamar Jackson draft. I think Lamar Jackson.
It's been quite a while.
No, maybe not, because I think it was other quarterbacks that were selected in that
I'm
one.
pretty sure.
It's been a
I
while.
don't remember
what
one.
about the Marcus Mariota draft? I think it was only
been
Mariota and the other guy.
2014,
I think it was
2015?
only him and Sam Darnoldson. Maybe I think those are the only 2 selected in that draft in the first round.
Could be. I
could be
don't
wrong
know
about
of
that.
another.
Yeah, it has
draft.
been a while since there's only been one quarterback selected. Like I said, Shadir's still. Trust me, Shadir's still on the market with the Steelers. So this is
yeah.
he can still go to the Steelers. So it's still. it's still on there.
You got 4 picks to go before you get to Pittsburgh. So I mean, we'll see. I don't think.
We will not be here for that, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be here for that one, but
I do think that's where he's going to land. That seems to be the best spot for him at this moment.
Can you imagine if you're Shadur Sanders and you had these high hopes of being drafted higher, and of all people, I mean, this isn't official, but it seems as though it's your dad is a big reason as to why you were dropping in this draft.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think Lamar Jackson is complaining now? Now, at the time, his feelings were hurt. When he was sitting in the green room waiting to be called, he wasn't happy about it at all. But he went to the best possible spot probably that he could have landed
For his career.
So see, sometimes you got to suck up your pride and go to the place that's going to make you a star.
Yeah.
Yep.
Will we see, if the Steelers draft him, will we see the Steelers finally not have a 9-8 season?
Right.
Which was different from their 8-8 seasons when they used to play 16 games in a season. So maybe, I don't know, do they go 10-7 then? Oh, look out.
Oh, watch out. The Steelers are moving on up.
No.
And guys, I just want to say once again, we want to thank everyone, all of our listeners. I want to thank you guys for joining and coming in and helping be this process. This has been, for me, this has honestly been a dream come true. For many years, I've watched draft specials happen on ESPN, on other different radio stations, and I've always dreamed and wished that I could cover a draft myself. So I want to thank you guys for joining me and being a part of this, helping my dream come true. Hopefully this has helped your dreams come true, and this has been so much fun. Thank you for everybody that's been involved.
Yeah, your penmanship, Mike, has been outstanding.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Way better than mine.
I've been writing on an angle. I usually have better penmanship than this.
I can read his writing.
Okay, well that makes two of us, I think, maybe at the very least. But I just can't wait to run this back for other drafts. I mean, can we do MLB draft, NHL draft?
Let's keep it going, baby. Let's do NBA
draft.
There's hockey and baseball. What?
Yes, sir.
But anyway, for everyone here at River Media Network Sports, you've been listening to the 2025 NFL Draft here on AM 1410 WRMN. Special thanks to our guests, Marcus Ogden for calling in earlier, Blake Cowell from The Truth About Chicago Sports. We've got Illinois Media School first weeker, Andrew Scheid.
What's up, guys?
Baby.
Thank you for having me on.
Matt McNeil on the board.
Matty Ice.
I want to thank my broadcast partner, Mike Napolitano, Marcus Mack, myself, Derek Geyer.
Tune in Saturdays, guys. 8
Don't
to
forget
noon.
Dennis Sonar Green and Dean DeLaley. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Without you, it wouldn't be possible.
Either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760